Good evening. This meeting is now convened at 5 p.m. Board members present via Skype are Trustee Sun, Trustee Santos, Trustee Hernandez, Trustee Cruz, Trustee Bluford Daniels, Trustee Allen, Trustee Adams, and myself. I would like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones, and trustees, or anybody who's not speaking, try and stay on mute if possible. I don't see it in the script, but do we still want to do Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, we don't have, yes,
we can do it, yes. But Trustee Dygert, yes.
Let's do Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence, even though we're not present in the room. So let's start with Pledge of Allegiance.
Trustee Dygert, before we do that, before we do that, can you identify who the other participants are on the Skype call, yes, please?
Happy to. So in addition to the trustees that I named, we also have via Skype our Chief Audit Executive, Chief Garland Blackwell. We have board counsel Lisa McBride, board coaches Lori Elliott and Marcia McMahon.
Thank you.
And then with those of you who are present in the boardroom include you, Dr. Lathan?
Yes, and also Board Services Director Vermeil Jones is here, Attorney Elnita Hutchins-Taylor here at the dais, and then I have cabinet members that are also spaced 6 feet apart in the audience.
Thank you. So let's have Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll have a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to. Oh, we can all unmute. All right, I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. We are now ready to begin our discussion on the superintendent's discussion on instructional continuity. And I'm going to ask my colleagues, while Dr. Lathan is giving this presentation, for us to go on mute, and then we will do a roll call around the dais for questions after she concludes. Okay, turning it over to you, Dr. Lathan.
Thank you, trustees. I want to thank our Board of Trustees for your support during this time while our district is closed but instructing students. I want to thank all members of Team HISD for their hard work over the past several weeks. As I told our senior leadership team yesterday, it feels like it's been about 6 months, and I know it's only been 4 weeks, but I want to thank everyone. So trustees, some of the information I'm going to share tonight with you is information that I've shared with you previously in your updates, but I also want to make sure we share it with the public. And then a couple of you sent some questions in to me for things that you were thinking about, and so I want to address those tonight. Number one, I'm so glad that we were able to start back up our food distribution this week. We've been at 20 sites this week. We will be out tomorrow, even though it is a district recognized holiday. We felt the need to continue to serve our families even on a holiday. We have posted the list today of the additional sites for next week. We have a day-by-day schedule. Our parents and families can go out and pick up meals. They can either participate in the drive up or walk up, but we are exercising social distancing. I want to thank our Nutrition Services Department and also the Houston Food Bank for their support of our families. Our families are receiving 30 pounds of food. It's enough meals for a couple of days when they are picking up the meals at the site. So once again, I want to thank all members of Team HISD, Nutrition Services, and also Police Services for their support of the food distribution. Thank you, trustees, for sending in your questions, asking about various sites, and advocating on behalf of all children in this district. I'm really excited about HISD at home. We had an opportunity to roll out a soft launch, and then we've been fully operational this week, and we've provided resources for our students and our staff as it relates to HISD at home. Parents, I encourage you to continue to go to the district website, access that. There are lessons, there are activities, there are sample schedules of what a day should look like for your child. There are lessons also available for our teachers to utilize. I know a number of our schools are still utilizing various platforms and software programs that they used previously prior to Close But Instructing, but that wealth of resources is there. I want to thank our media partners, specifically Fox 26, Comcast Channel 18, UP 20, for their support. They're actually running lessons that our teachers and teacher development specialists have recorded, and I want to thank them. We are also running lessons on HISD TV, which is our own district website, so TV station. So thank you to all the staff members. We're broadcasting the segments in English and Spanish. We will be adding some additional languages next week, if I'm not mistaken. They start out next week. Also, I'm excited that on Monday, April the 13th, we will launch HISD at Home Hotline. Parents will be able to call us between 8 o'clock and 2 p.m. next week to receive assistance around any questions that they have about HISD at home. If they've forgotten where a food distribution site is, they can ask us also about that location. If we cannot answer their question on the spot, we will take their information and get it to the appropriate personnel. But I'm really excited. And parents, you can reach us starting Monday morning at 8 o'clock at 713-556-INFO. That's 713-556-4636. HISD at Home Hotline. Thank you to our communications team, our technology team, and our academics team for getting this hotline up and running for our parents. Also, our wraparound specialists, and I want to thank the board again for your continuous support of ensuring that our campuses and our students have access to wraparound specialists. Our wraparound specialists have been in contact daily with our students, assessing what their family needs are. The top items that keep coming up and that we keep hearing from parents are concerns or needs around technology and internet accessibility, food resources and cleaning supplies, utility and rental assistance, mental health support, and employment assistance as it relates to the number of parents that have lost their jobs during this crisis. And so we want to make sure we're trying to continue to, like I said, be in contact with parents. We're pointing them into the direction of the resources where they might receive these other assistance. I also want to thank our parents and students for participating on Wednesday, April the 1st, in our first live webinar for SEL. We had over 1,000 parents and students online participating. We did record the session so parents and students can go back and retrieve that. And our second session was on yesterday, and I'll have those numbers for the board as a part of your next update. Student grading, we sent information out today to our staff and our parents as it relates to our grading procedures for the remainder of the school year. There are 3 bullet points that I would like to share publicly. Board members, I shared it with you on yesterday. I shared it again with principals today. And I hope this will ease some of the concerns that our parents have as it relates to grading. Number 1, no district grades will be taken after March the 12th that will negatively impact a student's overall average. If a student's grade in the final grading cycle negatively impacts their overall final grading in a course, that final cycle grade will be omitted in the calculation of the final grade of the course. Individual schools have discretion for class assignments and grading, but they've been asked to be flexible and understanding of the burdens and limitations that COVID-19 has placed on students and families. So once again, no grade that would be administered to students after March 12th that can negatively impact their students' grades will be counted. We will be monitoring that. If there are concerns, please let us know. This is a difficult time for our community, our parents, and I especially think about our parents who are essential personnel or first responders that are working. And just overall, people were already going through things in their life before COVID-19, and we don't want to add any undue pressure. We do, as a district, though, have to provide opportunities for our students to learn, either through an online platform or paper-based instruction as it relates to continuous funding from the state for the district. And we must document those efforts, and we are doing that as a district. Next week, we're launching our own version of a virtual Spirit Week. It's something that we actually observed many of our campuses doing over the past several weeks. And so we're launching that Monday. That information has been tweeted out and posted on our district website. Monday, April 13th is Move It Monday. Tuesday is Career Day. Wednesday, April 15th, What You're Reading Wednesday. Thursday is College Colors Day. And Friday is Fine Arts Friday. I promised the principals this morning during our weekly call, and we normally meet on Fridays, but as a result of the holiday, that I promise I will not sing on Fine Arts Friday next week. I will read a poem, however. Also, as it relates to accessing the curriculum, we know we still have a number of students and families that have challenges as it relates to laptop challenges or not having laptops or access to Wi-Fi or internet. And so we're working to resolve those issues. Number one, we've tried to address staff members, especially teachers that need laptops. We've been deploying here from the central office. Schools actually gave out the technology that they had, and now we've started centrally deploying hotspots and computers to our staff. As additional orders come in of laptops or Chromebooks or whatever devices that we've ordered, we will deploy those out to students. One of the questions that a trustee asks is, how are we going to be fair and make sure that the most neediest of students are receiving those? So every school has been asked, every principal, to generate the additional needs beyond what they were able to give out on their campuses. So we should know campus by campus, and they're finalizing that information of how many more devices, for example, a particular campus might need. And then we are asking them to keep that information as far as generating the names of students. And then we will make sure we work to continue to deploy out laptops and also hotspots as needed. And so we are gathering that information. We are also gathering information on the number of instructional paper-based materials that have been distributed to students. Our team has been working, as far as our principals and teachers, they've been working extremely hard over the past 3 weeks now to make contact with our students. And trustees, I'll actually send this chart to you in an email format, but I want to just share with you, as we looked at our numbers and we've consolidated the information by each of our areas in the district as it relates to the contact. So right now, we have documented evidence through the principals and their teachers making the contacts. As it relates to the district, we've reached about 91% of our HISD students. They've been contacted. And so let me explain what we mean by contacted. That means the teacher has reached out and touched base with them via telephone or email. There's been some type of two-way communication where they were able to let us know their needs as it relates to technology, or the schools have distributed paper-based instructional materials or packets to those schools. We have been able to reach, so that's about 186,000 students that we've been able to reach and contact and have some type of physical, over the phone interaction. 92% of our special education students have been contacted. We have 17,000 special education students. We've been able to reach through their schools. There's a separate reach out as it relates to special education services. So we've been able to reach about 16,000 of those students. Of our L students, we've been able to reach 63,000 of 70,000 students, out of 70,000 students. Our homeless students, and I know one of the trustees asked what we're doing as it relates to homeless students, we've been able to reach at least 5,292 of our homeless students out of 6,300 students. So we are still trying to reach out. We're going to all of those contacts that were previously listed in Chancery for students, trying to reach them. We've also made contact with our Tier 3 students. Those, when we report out to you, trustees, as a part of our progress reports, those are students that are normally urgent intervention or in red as it relates to, or several grade levels behind as it relates to performance. Also, I really would like to just kind of commend what's happening in the one of our feeder patterns, Worthing High School, Addicks Middle School, Young Elementary School. We have a number of students that live at the Star of Hope. And some of the things that they've been able to do in collaboration with the Star of Hope is ensuring that all of the students have technology needs. Those that could not access technology, they receive paper-based instruction. We've met with the liaisons from the Star of Hope, just making sure that they have what they need. Clothing information, shelter information has also been provided, in addition to counseling services. And so I want to thank the wraparound specialists and the principal and teachers of that feeder pattern for just reaching out to students. Technology, we will continue to, like I said, to deploy out technology to our staff and our students, trying to reach staff and students. Trustees, if you receive information from parents or constituents as it relates to that, please forward that information so that we can work on getting technology out. Also, I'd like to share some other things, just kind of spotlight a couple of campuses, and so you'll know what they're doing as it relates to meeting the needs of students. We have one of our elementary campuses, Deschamps Elementary. The counselor is holding a morning coffee with staff. Part of this is not only checking on the well-being of our students, but checking on the well-being of our staff members. Many of our staff members or their spouses or partners have experienced losses during this time as it relates to employment and other concerns, also health concerns. Also, Benbrook Elementary School, they are using their Google Voice numbers to contact parents, to make sure parents are able to contact them. I know Holland Middle School has set up their own phone bank through Google Voice. Their phone bank is open Monday through Saturdays, and these are staff members that are doing something. Garden Oaks Montessori, their non-classroom teachers have been reassigned to help support the special education teachers and chairpersons. So they're helping provide additional services so that that teacher has an additional assistance to work with the 87 special education students on their campuses. Principals have reached out personally. I think back to like Blackshear Elementary School. That principal actually personally contacted parents and walked them through how to get set up online to access HISD at home. I'm going to make sure I haven't missed any. I wanted to highlight. Okay. I'm just going back through, trustees, to make sure I've hit some of your questions. Other discussions that have come up, and trustees, I shared this information, I believe, with you on last Friday, is I've received questions of what are we thinking about for summer school? What are we thinking about for graduations, extended school years, changing the calendar? All of those things are under consideration. We, of course, can't make any final decisions or plans to present to the board until we know when our district will reopen and engage with students. But we know that there are some students that we have not been able to contact. We're going to keep trying to reach those students and parents. And we know we will have students that we will need to catch up once school is fully our district is fully operational again. And we will make plans around providing either the enrichment support that students need or the intervention support. As it relates to graduation, I met last Friday virtually with our high school principals. Of course, many of them pleaded that we try to wait until at least the last minute to make a decision about canceling face-to-face graduations. And of course, they know and they're very well aware that everything, once again, is contingent upon what's going on not only in our city but in our country as it relates to us being able to gather in groups again. But we are also researching and putting together information around virtual graduations. Some districts are using this as an option, and we'll be sharing that information with our high school principals at our Friday meeting next week on April the 17th. So those are different things that have been coming up that we continue to ask a question about. I'm going to stop there, trustees, to see what questions you have.
Okay, we're just going to do this a roll call around the dais. let's start to my left with Trustee Santos, and I'm going to ask Trustee Allen, as our board secretary, would you please be the timekeeper? And actually, I'm going to have to, can everybody see me if I hold up my phone? Or can everybody see Trustee Allen if she holds up hers?
We can see you. I'm not sure if they can see you.
Everybody can see me? Okay, then I'll just do it. So I'm going to ask, we're going to do limit it to 2 minutes per person. And if we need a second round, we'll do a second round. So starting with Trustee Santos.
I haven't finished writing mine down. Could you give me just a minute?
Okay, then let's pass to who's Trustee Plinville-Aseka.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lathan, for the update today. We really do appreciate everything that you're doing during this unprecedented time, leading a district, making sure that ours are getting the nutrition that they having access, right, to opportunities to grab bags of food that will support them for 4 days at a time. Bumps in the road, and that's just part of this experience right now. So I know that we're asking ourselves and really give ourselves grace and continue to push forward in an urgent way, because basic needs are on the line. The social, emotional needs of students and staff is also on the line, along with making sure that they are able to access and to continue their education to the extent that they can during this time. So I just wanted to say thank you. I look forward to further discussion with my colleagues on some of those other issues as another agenda item. And thank you to the families that are trying to do the best that they can during this crisis right now.
Thank you, Trustee Plinville-Aseka. So next would be Trustee Allen.
I have no questions.
Trustee Adams?
Only thing I just wanted to say, great job, Dr. Lathan and your team, for thinking outside the box, especially concerning what's going on now, especially our homeless population, and making sure that our communities get fed. So just want to compliment you and your staff on that, because I know it's hard work. And also just want to continue our prayers and thoughts for all those teachers that are being affected by this virus, so we don't forget them as well.
Trustee Cruz?
Just want to give a shout out to all the administration and the teachers and the staff that are working tirelessly. As a parent, I see what's going on. You know, I'm the receiving end. You know, I had the nurse from the school call yesterday about technology needs in our household, and double checking that everything's fine. You know, the teachers going above and beyond to make sure that the students are in touch and getting the materials that they need. I'm just really impressed in such a short amount of time how Team HISD has really stepped up during this time. And I know that there's a lot of work to still be done and nothing's perfect, but despite all of that, I feel, you know, and just hearing the number of 91% of the students have been reached, that definitely gives me hope. And I know that there's still work to be done and we need to make sure we reach that other 9%, but kudos to everyone. Gracias.
Trustee Hernandez.
I just wanted to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to the superintendent, teachers, all the staff that are working either from home or on the campuses at Hattie Mae White for updating the food distribution, the technology distribution, and continuing to make education possible and as equitable as possible for all of our kids throughout these trying times. So thank you again.
Trustee Sun?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much, Dr. Lathan, and to all of Team HISD for your incredible efforts. It's just amazing to see what people are doing to step up in this time. So I had a community meeting earlier this week. I'm really encouraged by how many of our homeless students we've been able to reach already. I just want to flag that unfortunately we're already seeing evictions. Apparently a third of Americans weren't able to pay rent this month, and that's affecting a lot of us in Houston where landlords haven't been very lenient about late payments. So I hope that we have a plan to support students who are newly homeless. And I'm wondering, what kind of supports we're able to offer those students at this time.
So thank you for bringing that to our attention. The first step, if a student is newly homeless, the parent needs to notify the school that they attend. If they cannot, that's another reason for our hotline, 713-556-4636, that they let us know, and we will take it from there as it relates to ensuring that they have technology or paper-based instruction, and then pointing them in the direction of other resources that might be available for them. So that is very concerning, and you're right, and I think we're going to see those numbers increase over the next several months. But the number one thing is for them to let us know, or if they're in touch already with a community agency, for that agency to contact us and let us know so that we can help and provide support, especially as it relates to the social emotional piece and ensuring that our counselors are connecting with those children and their families.
Okay, thank you. And then is there any kind of unified communication that the city of Houston, there's so many agencies, right, trying to support our community at this time, from the city to nonprofits. Are we coordinating those communications? Because sometimes, we're the ones that have relationships with families who may need resources from these other agencies. And on the other hand, some of these agencies in the city may be able, and the county may be able to help us get our word out about our services.
So I think that's a great question also. Juliet Stepech participates in a number of calls that we're on with various community agencies, especially, of course, she's representing the city of Houston. There are some other groups that we participate on as far as various conversations with children at risk. And so we're sharing that information of what HISD is doing. They're replicating that sometimes and sending that out. And then also Tuesday, I shared with you, I think in your Monday and your Wednesday update, that I met virtually with elected officials and from federal and state level, and encouraged them, if their constituents were calling their office and sharing the concerns with them, if they would forward that to our government relations person, he would also get it to the right person. So we're all saying and trying to communicate. There are times that we will miss people because they don't have access to technology or to even hear it on the news. And so now we have PSAs going out, radio. Next week I'm going to do some radio interviews also. So we're trying to just reach people everywhere they are so that they know what resources are available to them.
Wonderful. And of course, I'm really excited that we've got our food distribution restarted. It's amazing that we're getting families with 30 pounds of food each week. Do you have a sense of what percentage of HISD students have taken advantage of that food distribution so far?
We do not. The information, they're gathering information that the food bank needs, but we do not, far as saying, are you definitely an HISD parent or student? We're not doing that. I will be honest with you. I worked at Sterling, I think Tuesday. There are different people coming in. Sometimes, some of them that they're parents because you know them from different interactions, but there are other people from the community because it's a collaboration with the Houston Food Bank. Of course, we're pushing out the communication to our families, but people are not being stopped because it's a great need across our entire community right now. And we're just going to keep.
Absolutely. And I'm so glad that we're feeding the entire community. I think we did that after Harvey, and I think it's important we do that now. I just am wondering how many HISD families there are that still need access to this resource that maybe have trouble getting to those distribution locations.
And I think that's a good point, Trustee Sung, and that's why one of the things I shared with our principals today, you'll notice even with the sites that we're putting up, we're at elementary campuses, middle school campuses, high school, even if some of the elementary campuses don't have a great parking lot. Certain communities, for example, Benavides Elementary School, we targeted that community really to be a walk-up because of the number of apartments that are around that particular campus. So we're trying to make sure that we can accommodate walkers and also people that are driving up, because like you said, the need is so great.
Okay, I see my time's almost up, so thank you again for everything that you're doing. Much appreciated.
Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, let me just say it's good to see everyone on, and please continue to be safe. Wanted to give a shout out also to the number of volunteers that are out there working hard. Dr. Lathan, I know you've been out there at the site as well, the teachers and the staff. And I just want to, the parents who become teachers through all of this, and it's just important that we all think about continuing to be a part of the solution and not aid in being part of the problem. And just give a shout out and appreciation for all that you guys are doing. I know it's a learning curve, and we're continuously having to change direction in the middle of the stream, but just wanted to just say that we just appreciate everything that you're doing.
And then let's circle back to Trustee Santos.
Thank you, Trustee Dygard. So just a reminder with the food, first of all, thank you so much, Dr. Lathan, and everyone that's contributing. Shout out to the teachers, and like Trustee Kathy Bluford Daniels just said, to new parents that have just become teachers. Y'all are awesome. Thank you for all the work that y'all are doing. So the food distribution site had a 2-mile long line, and that's indicative of the need that we see our kids have now. And I just want to echo Trustee Sung's commitment to working with the city and also Harris County, and if maybe HISD can weigh in giving some of the data on evictions that are happening. I mean, I'd love to see a rent cancellation policy put forth by Harris County and the Houston City Council, and maybe our data can help with that, or can help with those evictions. I've talked to countless community members, parents, teachers, students that have been evicted because one or both parents have lost their jobs. And so maybe, Dr. Lathan, going back to your point, with having a hotline specifically for families that have been evicted, so we can get those numbers or data up or resources to them a little more quickly. I have another question, Dr. Lathan, as far as for Golden Oaks Montessori Magnet, you said that there were additional special education support was from the support staff, and there were some issues going on. I've had some emails talking about non-exempt employees that are paid time and a half. Can you clarify on that for me? Is that coming out of a principal's budget, or is that coming out of HISD's budget?
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand your question about paying of overtime to staff. Who's paying for that?
Right. So apparently there's a board policy that says that we have to pay non-exempt employees time and a half if we ask them to work now. Is that, and so if that is so, is that coming out of a principal's budget, or is that coming out of like an emergency fund budget? I don't want our principals to have to second guess the help that they need if they need to use our support staff to make contact to the other 9% of students that we haven't made contact with.
Great question. I'm going to ask Chief Reed to answer that question for you, okay?
Thank you.
Good evening. Yes, I do. Made me double check. So right now we are having any kind of, let me back up. Board policy CKC8 is the policy that talks about time paid to non-exempt employees during a district closure. For the first 40 hours they work, they get paid straight time. So they get paid their regular hours that they would have gotten paid. If they actually work, they get paid the straight time. Then if they go over 40 hours, that's when the time and a half comes into play. So if a principal or a department needs to use a non-exempt employee to do work, then they've got to get that pre-approval through their area superintendent or their chief. Otherwise, they should be using their exempt staff, the salaried staff like me, or like a director or an AP, for example, checking voicemail on a campus phone. But if a non-exempt staff member is needed, for example, a maybe a student information management system clerk, or they need someone to go in and do some time reporting. If that is approved by the area superintendent or the chief, we are actually paying for that out of the chief's budget or the area superintendent budget. We have a special account set up, and there's documentation that we are requiring the school or the department to fill out, because we do want to make sure that if we have dollars through either FEMA or through the CARES Act, that we can get reimbursed. And we have to have the documentation on what that person did to support the district to be able to get that reimbursement. So we're controlling that very closely from a central standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And so, Dr. Lathan, are principals aware of this? And I just don't want people to feel restricted or feel as if they can only use, our exempt employees to reach out to our families and our students.
Yes, I meet with principals, not only myself, but cabinet and area soups. We meet every Friday morning in 2 groups. We meet with all the elementary school principals virtually and high school secondary principals. After that meeting, we send out an FAQ of everything we discussed. All of that information as it relates to payroll, employee relations, legal, every department is addressed, and so that FAQ can be anywhere from 1 page all the way up to 25 pages of information that they need, so they have a reference. And as I shared with them before, if all else fails, call their SSO and area soup, and they will guide them and help them. We've made it very clear that we need to protect and take care of our children during this time. They've heard that from me. They hear that from me every week virtually.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lathan. That's all.
I'm already unmuted. Okay. So I'm going to make another pass around just to see if there are any follow-up questions from everyone. Let's see if we can do a 1 minute per person on this round, and if we need more time, we can add that. So again, I started with Trustee Santos. We'll end with you again this time. So next to you is Trustee Flynn-Villasega.
Thank you so much, President Dygert. I do have one additional question. Dr. Lathan, how long is our collaboration or our partnership with the Houston Food Bank? And as a second part to that, do we plan on preparing nutrition services to also deploy food in pockets of the city or across the city in our schools as future planning is concerned?
Our partnership with the Houston Food Bank will continue. It's our plan to continue as long as we are closed. Of course, we will reevaluate that once we make a decision as to what happens once we receive additional guidance from the governor and the president and our county judge and mayor in the next 2 weeks. Our nutrition services staff are the ones that are out at the sites working. They're the ones, if you recall from the safety issue we had several weeks ago, we're boxing everything up now, bagging it up actually at our own warehouse. So we're getting the food, using our trucks to go pick it up from the Houston Food Bank, bring it in-house. Those employees, so we have employees working at the warehouse and employees out at the sites. Those are the employees that we are using. And employees only, no volunteers, no principals, no teachers, no other staff members from schools. If we change from that model and then go back to sites, then, like I said, we're using the same staff members, but we'll reevaluate in the next 2 weeks, because we have 2 more weeks before we have another announcement as to what happens for the month of May.
Thank you. And do those that are on the front line serving our students and community here in Houston have the adequate PPE?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Our staff, we do. And that was another reason we wanted to make sure that they have the gloves, they have the masks and things that they need. As I was driving up to Sterling the other day, there was a police officer out and she was working. I said, where are your gloves? Where are your masks? She said, oh, over there. I said, okay, you have to get them. And so we're trying to also monitor that because we want everyone to be safe.
Thank you. And another question too regarding providing assistance to those that are on the front lines and actively distributing food and other essential staff as well. Are we offering any support as far as child care is concerned?
We're not offering any support as it relates to child care right now.
Okay, if you have any further questions.
Okay.
You had called me about that. We had 6 audit plans
Who's,
for 2020.
hang on.
Trying to get 3 of the
Ask Garland to mute.
Garland, Mr. Blackwell, please mute.
Okay. So,
Thank you. Okay, next, Trustee Allen.
No additional questions.
All right, Trustee Adams. Trustee Adams, do you have further questions?
I was trying to unmute.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
That's
I just want to make sure that we have appropriate information. I'd rather send you the text versus have to chime in every time as president for you to share the information, and so it don't come from me. We have a couple of things, and Dr. Lathan, if you would investigate these 2 things, please, to make sure if it's something that we can do, because there's information that is out there. Can you go to the Harris County Child Care Works and see if our employees that are actually working, not the ones that are at home, but the ones who are on the front line, like our police officers who may need child care, if you can go to Child Care Works for Harris County and see if we benefit for that child care program through the endowment funds that the city of Houston and the county has received. So if we even qualify for that for our employees. And the other thing for Trustee Santos around evictions, I know I just sent that to you. Evictions are all held off for right now until further notice. But that doesn't mean that we still have to encourage those individuals to still pay their rent if they do call. But there's no evictions happening right now as long as the governor's order and the order from the Supreme Court stands at this time. So I just wanted to share that. That's why I was sending it to you, Madam President, so you can share, so it don't have to come from me. I don't have to chime in. And then I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. And Trustee Adams, if you just go ahead and email that news article that you found to the full board for everybody's information, please. Okay, next, Trustee Cruz, do you have any further questions or comments?
No additional questions. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez?
No further questions.
Trustee Sung?
So it's wonderful that we've got 91% of our students that we've contacted. Are there any particular groups that we're having trouble reaching?
Actually, our percentages, if I go by areas, they're about the same. Honestly speaking, like for example, Achieve 180 is at 80% right now. The East area, 91%. North area, 94%. Northwest area, 90%. South area, 89%. West area, 94%. So you see, it's about the same, and it's across the district, and we're just still trying. What I've asked the schools to do in the area offices, now we want to take all those students that we have not been able to contact. Now we're going to, of course, get that information by school and then align that with how were there issues or concerns around performance previously. Maybe did they have some previous issues of homelessness in their life, so we're just still trying to reach out to see how we can locate those children.
Thank you, and I appreciate the persistence. My last question is about technology. So it's great that we're continuing to send that out and identify where the needs are. What's our guess for how much technology we're going to need to get out there? I'm wondering how big that gap is.
Still pulling that information together, correct? We have a rough estimate number that we can share with you, and we're still gathering that. Chief Gilhousen, would you share that information, please?
Sure. Good evening, trustees. The number that we've got at this moment in time that we're working with the area schools office right now, there are 2 gaps that we're going to identify. One is around the lack of internet access, and the other one is around the lack of devices. So the first gap that we have are roughly at about close to 5,000 devices for internet access that we currently have. One of the things that we've been able to do is procure about 4,000 hotspots. Here recently, we ordered them on Friday of last week, and they just came in yesterday. So we're going to start working on closing that gap. As it pertains to the students and laptop devices, the gap that we have there currently is about 7,500 devices. Currently, we did place an order, and that order is going to be coming in sometime late April for about 5,000 devices. And we're looking to fill some of the other gap with some equipment and inventory that we do have on hand for the other. We're also looking for other partners out there, looking to accept donations that are coming in and working with our Strategic Partnership Office as well as our foundation to be able to accept some of those donations.
So let me clarify. So we need 7,500 devices. That's what we need in terms of laptops and tablets to give out to students. That's all we're missing. That just surprises me, given that we have.
That's what we know. So let me tell you how that data is how we've arrived at that and what we talked about on Monday at Cabinet and also yesterday in our schools office meeting. That 7,500 is from parents that were able to complete the survey. So somehow they were able to go online and complete that survey, right? So we know if 7,500 had access somehow to complete the survey, we're still missing probably about 5,000 more students. Like I said, that's just guessing. And so we're looking at that. But we're going to go with that initial number, but we're continuing to order additional laptops. Part of the issue also that we've discussed this week is once we provide the technology, parents should be accessing the platform that we have. If we've given you a laptop and the hotspot, and so we've taken away the barrier, they should be accessing. And so principals shared that today in our meeting that, hey, we gave this out, now they're not responding. So we got to follow up and see how we're going to address that also.
Okay, so the survey, that HISD at Home survey that was shared with us, right, the number of families that responded to it, I can't remember offhand, but it was significantly smaller than our district, right? It was, I got it. It was 73,000 responses, if I'm reading this correctly. And then it also counted devices. It counted cell phones as devices, at least the analysis that we were given. So I just want to flag that if we presume people that didn't respond to the survey don't have access, that's a majority of the district. And also, I just want to clarify that just emphasize, I know you know this, is that we want to be careful and make sure we're not counting this as a device that students can use to really do a lot of work. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate all the work, and I know it's ongoing, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels. Do you have any further questions? Trustee Bluford Daniels, do you have any further questions?
I'm frozen.
We can hear you.
Okay, I was frozen. I'm sorry.
Okay, we can hear you.
My screen was frozen.
Oh, now I see you.
Trustee Adams touched on it because I just wanted to reemphasize, too, that the officials have said that there are not going to be any evictions, but I appreciate the fact that she's going to further share more information with us. And there are groups that are gathering resources for a one-stop shop that hopefully I can share with everyone as well. But I'm sharing information on a Facebook page so that people that I'm familiar with or that are part of my group Facebook page can go and utilize that information, because the superintendent's giving us information 3 or 4 times a week, so she's inundating us with knowledge, and I just suggest that we all share the same information on our pages.
Thank you. Okay, so, wait, Trustee Santos, I forgot we didn't start with you, we ended with you.
Thank you.
Do you have any further questions or comments?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Dr. Lathan. She's just informed us that she gets feedback on the information she receives, even via social media, as people are out there looking out for her too. So thank you so much for your flexibility on anything that has even been put out on social media, and you've been you've been able to address those issues. I do have a question as far as the data for the laptops. Is that for primary students in elementary and middle school, or how is that data collect? I mean, what are the numbers as far as based on elementary and secondary?
As far as the technology needs, are you referring to the technology needs broken out by elementary and middle school?
Yes, ma'am.
That information I'll get to you. The percentages that I was sharing with you was around contact. And so we were compiling that information where schools were going to share with us what were still the outstanding needs by campus of technology. And so as soon as we get that information finalized, I will share that with the board.
Thank you. And to my colleagues, y'all are doing an amazing job. I just want to remind y'all that our undocumented community is being targeted as far as late charges, even balances that are being forwarded, even though you're not evicted. You feel this overwhelming pressure when you're not, when you are in the part of the undocumented community. So again, if HISD could weigh in with Harris County and the city of Houston to give the data on the numbers that we have, because once our kids become evicted, we're almost never going to be able to reach them to come back to HISD. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I've got a couple of questions myself that have come up through this conversation. I'm not the technological one in my family. What do these hotspots look like? Are they MiFi cards? I know some districts are doing them on buses. Like, can you share with us, Dr. Latham, really briefly what this looks like?
Yes, I'm going to have Chief Gilhousing respond to that.
Thank you.
Currently, the majority of the hotspots that we have throughout Houston ISD are the traditional, just kind of hockey puck is what we tend to refer them to. We do have some of the hotspots that are phone. They look like a phone or they look like a smartphone. Those in particular function as a hotspot, but they don't have the text messaging or the phone call capabilities on it, so they actually truly do function as a hotspot. We chose those for these last 4,000 because we could get them very quickly. We got them in about 5 days. Typical lead time on the hockey pucks at this moment in time are about 12 weeks. So the ones that we are going to deploy out there are going to look like a phone. They'll operate like a smartphone, but they're not going to have the carrier service for texting or cell phone service.
So it's an individual device that goes into the student's home. It's not just something in the vicinity of their home.
Yes.
Can you address that about buses, Wi-Fi being on buses and parking them? You talked about that with principals today.
Okay. So yes, it is going to be a phone or a hotspot that will actually go into that individual's home. They'll be able to have multiple connections from that device, and the devices that we are providing them as well. So Sprint has generously donated over the last 3 years about 21,500 hotspots, which has helped fill that gap for the district, especially in our high schools. The devices themselves as well will be able to filter, provide internet filtering for mature content. And then on top of that, the devices that we are deploying out there for students will actually have internet filtering with those as if they were here with an HISD. As it pertains to the hotspots that function on a bus, we know through some recent articles that we've seen where you've been able to pull up a bus and park it in the community. Some of the challenges that are associated with that is that signal won't necessarily penetrate through those buildings based upon the hotspot we have. There are some additional Wi-Fi components that have to be purchased that end up at times maybe making it a little bit cost prohibitive. And at that same point, you have to have continuous power. Otherwise, that hotspot will, within about 10 hours or so, power down. So somebody has to go out there, change out the battery pack, so there's additional load and capacity on there. On top of that, kids will have to gather around a bus at that moment in time to be able to make that connectivity. And so when you're talking about the hotspots that we have here at this moment in time, you'll have up to 10 connections. We could probably drop 2 or 3 in there, 30 connections. It's just not necessarily ideal at this moment. It's more ideal to give that student a hotspot.
I don't care how they get it. I trust you all to be the experts on this. I know that I certainly am not, so I'm not going to have an opinion about it. I just wanted to understand what it looked like for our kids, especially as people are saying, why isn't HISD doing this or that or the other thing? How are we triaging the distribution of the laptops to our students?
Schools, actually, like I said, schools for the next round, schools will provide that information to us, and then we will work to schedule times for deployment for those particular campuses and for the students and parents.
Are we prioritizing certain groups of students first, such as, we know all our high school kids have already been issued laptops. So are you prioritizing middle school kids first, or
Special ed.
certain?
Special ed is first.
Okay.
Our special ed and second language students really are kind of hand in hand, but we definitely special ed because we wanted to be able to continue to provide services remotely unless we had to make a change to their IEP. And then, like I said, our L students and then also other students. But that's kind of the priority of what we've discussed as a team.
Thank you. And then have you assessed, do all of our teachers have a device at home, and do they have internet access at home? And if not, are we deploying those technology pieces to them as well?
Yes, we have. So each school has assessed, they've given out what they needed. They've also sent to their area superintendent if their teachers needed a laptop and or hotspot or both. We have been deploying over the last 2 days. So we started yesterday because, like I said, they were gathering that data. We started yesterday through appointments. They made an appointment so we can make sure we were limiting the people coming to the building. And so we've been deploying those out. So we did yesterday, today, and then starting again Monday. We'll be finished on Monday, giving out to teachers.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions. And thank you, Dr. Lathan, and thank you to all of your staff. This wasn't a challenge that anybody in the world was looking for. And I have been impressed at how quickly we're, as a district, trying to rise to those challenges. Working with other organizations. I know you are in contact with the state. You are in contact with the Region 4 principals. I know you are, I've been on some of the calls with Children at Risk. There are multiple agencies in the Houston area, including the mayor's office, that is trying to solve all of the challenges in a multi-agency way. And I, for one, am optimistic that not only are we going to rise to be able to meet the needs of our students at this time, but I think there are going to be a lot of lessons learned. And I think already we can say that so many gaps that many of us knew already existed for our students and challenges that already existed for our students are now that much more visible to everybody than they were before, which gives me hope that on the other side of this, we're going to see more attention to that than we have in the past. Okay, so moving on to comments to agenda items. We are not having public speakers because of social distancing, and what we have done both for speakers to agenda items as well as hearing of the community is instead of individuals coming and speaking publicly to us, we've asked them to send in writing, and then we will read their comments. We actually have no speakers to agenda items this evening. They were supposed to be submitted electronically, either to the office or electronically by 9:30 this morning. But none were submitted on comments to agenda items. We did have some for hearing of the community, which will be shared later. So we are now going to move on to consideration of the superintendent's agenda items. For the record, let it be reflected that agenda item B1 has 2 new attachments and agenda item B2 has 1 new attachment. Agenda item B3 was added with attachments and revised. Agenda items B4, B5, and D1 are new. The attachments to items I1, I2, and I3 were revised, and agenda item J1 and its attachment are new. Board policy requires trustees to excuse themselves and abstain from all discussions and votes pertaining to contracts that might involve a conflict of interest. As defined in board policy BBFA local, a conflict of interest is any circumstance that could cast doubt on a trustee's ability to act with total objectivity with regard to the district's interests. So we are now going to consider items that are held for abstention and or discussion by board members. There were no items held for abstention, and We did not have agenda review this month. Instead, I encourage everyone to use more diligently the Q&A document, which you all should have received. And then all items began on the consent agenda. The only items that were removed from the consent agenda were the ones, and again, this was on your calendar, and I sent an additional email to everybody about this, the items that were asked to be held from consent that board members emailed to the Chief of Staff by the end of the day yesterday. And so those items that trustees have requested to be held from the consent agenda are B1, B3, B4, B5, I1, I4, I5, and I6. I have also taken the privilege, just in case, of adding this afternoon items D1 and J1, because those two items were added after the Q&A document process, just in case there are any board members that want to have discussion on that. And so actually, let me just ask at this time, are there any board members that would like D1 held from consent?
Please, was that B1 or D1?
D as in David. Are there any board members that would like, because this was added after the Q&A document, are there any board members that would like D1 held from consent? Hearing none, are there any board members that would like agenda item J, J as in James, J1 held from consent?
I do.
And who's I?
Oh, Trustee Vilaseca.
Okay, so we will hold J1 from consent. We will keep D1 on consent. Okay, colleagues, as a reminder, I am asking that each trustee limit your total time, including questions and responses, to a maximum of 1 minute per agenda item, and I'll use the clock to track the time. And I'm going to begin on comments with the trustees that asked for these items to be held for discussion. Our first item held for discussion is agenda item B1, approval of the board's quarterly self-evaluations, staff use tracker, time use tracker, and quarterly progress tracker in accordance with the Texas Education Agency Implementation Integrity Instrument. May I have a motion?
So moved.
And in these motions and seconds, if you will state which trustee is making the motion and making the second, because we can't see everybody at the same time. So who made the motion?
Trustee Sung, motion.
Do I have a second?
Trustee Vilaseca, second.
Okay, and Trustee Sung, I believe you asked to hold this from consent. If you'd like to begin with discussion.
Yes, my question is on package page 19, we have our board self-evaluation. I think along with this, we also have typically our board time use tracker. I see page 19 is blank, so I'm wondering what is our process for completing this?
So, okay, I'm trying to look at several things at one time.
The board coaches were supposed to submit that, is what Ms. Jones is sharing with me.
Okay, so the board coaches normally submit that to board services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Trustee Sung, I'm going to suggest you and I work with the coach and postpone this until the next board meeting.
Okay, I move to postpone this item to our next board meeting.
Okay. Is there a second?
Santos, second.
Okay, now we're going to need to vote. We can't see. Can board services see everybody at the same time?
Do a roll call, Madam President, and let us know yay or nay, please.
Thank you, Trustee Adams. Okay, so I'm going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start to my left. Say either yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee, I need to write down the list of the order. Trustee Flynn Vilaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So item passes 9-4. The motion to postpone this item to the May meeting passes 9-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Okay, our next item held for discussion is agenda item B3, discussion and possible action concerning emergency priorities. I'm pulling up the agenda item. Okay, so actually, hang on one sec. Okay, so item B2 was not pulled from consent, and so I'm going to reference it to explain item B3. Because of the crisis that we are in with COVID-19, our normal monitoring calendar and monitoring the goals and constraints and the progress measures aligned with them, you know, our kids aren't in school, our teachers aren't in school, learning is not happening in the usual way, the assessments aren't being given, and this is also the process by which we hold a superintendent accountable. This is the vision and goals that the board has said to the superintendent, go forth and conquer and achieve these for our students. And so item B2 is saying we're going to suspend that temporarily while we move through this crisis. But in lieu of those, the proposal is to have emergency priorities or constraints to give direction to the superintendent and therefore the entire organization of HISD of this is what the board's priorities are right now, that the superintendent shall ensure these things are happening or that these things will not happen during this period of emergency. We will be revisiting the suspension of the regular monitoring calendar that will be back on the agenda in August, at which time we'll have an idea of where we stand at that time, and we will either resume at that time our regular monitoring calendar or we'll continue with these emergency priorities. So the process by which we've approached this, normally this would be a team of 10 work, doing our vision, goals, priorities, constraints, and so forth. However, due to trying to do this in a very short period of time and under the challenge of not being able to easily convene, I asked an ad hoc committee of Trustee Sung, who's our governance liaison, as well as Trustee Cruz and Trustee Allen. The four of us met with our board coach. I want to say it was last week, but time is blurring together for me, as it is, I'm sure, for everybody right now. I believe it was last week, to draft. So we had a starting point this evening to draft some constraints for the superintendent, and the superintendent provided this afternoon via email to the board her proposed progress measures for those constraints. And I'm not going to read this all off, but there are several supporting documents that are in our packets online explaining why we have put these on the agenda. Also, some information that has been shared. It was a link to the Texas Education Agency's COVID-19 FAQ for school boards, as well as, I believe it was about 2-page long emergency priorities ad hoc committee meeting summary. I am going to turn this over to Trustee Sung as our governance liaison, and also I'm hoping our coaches, especially Marcia, since you were part of our, actually both Marcia and I believe Lori were part of our conversation last week, to help us facilitate this conversation on these 3 proposed constraints. The goal is for us on these constraints is to reach consensus. It doesn't mean everybody is going to 100% agree with everything. There could be some things get added, that get changed, that get removed, whatever. but our goal through this process is to come to consensus. This item was not posted with the intention of voting on it today, although if we do come to a consensus today, it is posted in a manner that we can choose to vote on these today. If we do not vote on them today, I'm going to call a meeting within the next 2 weeks, for this ad hoc committee to reconvene with the coaches, make revisions as necessary, and then have a special meeting within the next 2 weeks that we will be voting on our emergency constraints. The board owns these constraints. The superintendent owns the progress measures. It is not for the board to make amendments or revisions to the progress measures. If there are things we do not like about the progress measures, we should then be going back and revising our constraints to make them more specific. So I'm going to turn this over to Ann and our coaches now. Marcia, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Lori and I are both here.
Yes. Okay, good. I do see both Lori and Marcia. And so I'm going to turn this over now. If the two of you want to chime in and share some things, and then I'm just going to do a roll call down the line on them. Actually, let's have Ann go first. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Sorry, I'm Italian. I talk with my hands. And then would like to have Dr. Lathan share the progress measures that she has brought forward to us, and then the coaches, and then I'm going to do Q&A just down the line with board members on a roll call. Okay, so Ann next.
Okay. Hello. Sorry about that. The boss of my household was calling. Okay. Thank you, President Zygarde, for teeing that up so well. So I'm going to propose as our process here this evening the following. So we've already covered some background to this item. I'd like to share with you some information that was shared by the TEA Director of Governance, Drew Howard, on a call earlier this week. Then, because both these constraints and constraint progress measures are collaborative with, as Trustee Zygarde said, the board owning the priorities, but working collaboratively with Dr. Lathan in writing those. And then the progress measures also are collaborative with the superintendent owning those and working collaboratively with the board. So then in that spirit, since Dr. Lathan wasn't able to make that committee meeting last week, I'd like to invite Dr. Lathan to share her any comments she'd like to make about the priorities specifically. And I'm using priority and constraints interchangeably because the priorities are written in the form of constraints. Next, I'd like to have some discussion among the 9 of us about the priorities first, not the progress measures, but just the constraints themselves. We can then, once we've had discussion, make any motions to amend if we'd like to make any changes, again, working towards consensus as President Zygarde has asked us to. And then after we have worked through constraints, let's take a look at the constraint progress measures. And just to note that we might, at any point in this process, find that we're going to need to come back, right? That we're not going to be ready to actually take action on this today, but that we might need to come back after some more time in a special meeting later this month. So I'm going to propose that as our process, and I'll invite our coaches then to chime in if they have any comments at this point on that process that I've proposed.
I think I'm going to interject, if I may, really just, if people have questions, let's try this time to use the chat function, because I think that this should be a more dynamic conversation than just a roll call down the line. So I've pulled up my chat, and I'm going to encourage everybody else to pull up their chat and do the same. But as Ms. McBride has shared with us prior to this meeting, we should not have any conversations in this chat other than requests to speak. Okay, thank you. Marcia?
I was saying, I think that's Trustee Sung, I think that's a great process. I think you nailed the priorities and how we go through. So I just ask you to move forward. Good job.
Okay, thank you. Marcia, if you want to chime in at any point, you can use the same process. I suppose you can put in a request to speak. Okay. So just a couple of things from the call with Drew Howard. He, just like our coaches, have emphasized the importance for the board to shift in our priorities that we charge our superintendent and our administration with. And he's indicated the same two general areas, right? Student safety and student learning. I did ask him in that call how long he thought these emergency priorities should last, and his answer was 3 months. So, May, June, July was kind of his take. Even though there's uncertainties about what's coming down the line, that was his take for where we were as of Monday. And then the second thing I'll note is he emphasized, as our coaches have, the importance of clear communication. And so I thank Dr. Lathan for her efforts to consistently, clearly communicate with us, with Team HISD, and importantly with the public, with our parents and families. And I think that all of this is going to help us to do that as well. Sweetie, mommy's working right now. I'm sorry that you're bored. Mommy will come in a little bit, okay? All right. So, so the three priorities that were that came out from the committee meeting this past week are in the agenda item. They are: 1, the superintendent will not operate without addressing the social and emotional needs of students. 2, the superintendent will not operate without addressing the health and safety needs of students. And 3, the superintendent will not operate without ensuring the learning of all students. So Dr. Lathan, without getting into the progress measures yet, if you could address us with any comments you'd like to make about those priorities.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Sung. The only comment that I'd like to make is as it relates to emergency constraint number 3 or priority number 3. You all utilize the word ensuring. Just asking you to take into consideration maybe addressing like you used in constraint 1 and constraint 2, as opposed to using the word ensuring. And just so all 3 are looking at and addressing, but just for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will call everybody's attention now to packet page 31. So packet page 31 is that ad hoc committee meeting summary that Trustee Dygard mentioned earlier. She gave us some of the background from that first page. And then turning to the second page, so that would be packet page 32. You have here some background on the conversation that committee members had about each of these priorities. And our coaches emphasized that it would be important for those of us who were on that ad hoc committee to let you all know kind of our thought process from that committee. So here you have in brief some of that conversation. So the first 2 priorities about health and safety, and then also about social and emotional learning and needs of students, were actually emerged as alternatives to one another. The committee ended up supporting, at least on a majority basis, both of those. Next, we have that third priority, which Dr. Lathan did address, and we spent some time talking about the verbiage there. So the superintendent will not operate without ensuring the learning of all students. All students was added in, that all, to emphasize the importance of addressing the needs of all subpopulations. Ensuring actually started life as addressing. So it actually originally had the language that Dr. Lathan suggested. We also considered supporting. And the question there was, what expectations are reasonable, that are influenceable by the superintendent, and what also are high expectations that we can set for our students. And then finally, there was a priority that was rejected by the majority of the committee. The superintendent will not operate without protecting the safety and well-being of HISD employees. There was agreement from committee members that employee safety was paramount and important. However, the majority felt that the board priority should focus on students. I do want to ask our board coaches to clarify for us whether all of these emergency priorities should focus on students or whether it would be appropriate in this emergency time to address employee safety as well. If our coaches could weigh in on that.
Thank you, Trustee Sung. That's a very good question. It's important to note that we are really setting out uncharted waters here. This is a whole new process that nobody in governance practices has ever really had to dive into. When you go back and you look at like developing your goals, in a normal situation, your goals are centered around students because your job is to ensure that the instruction of students happen. When we talk about constraints in a normal situation, constraints actually can address adult behaviors, but they align to those goals that you have written. Right now, what we are asking you guys to entertain is a process for developing priorities. These are not goals. These are just priorities. These are the things that we want to either make sure do happen or do not happen. You can, my recommendation would be the majority of them address students. If you choose to do one that kind of goes into more adult behaviors, you have that opportunity to do that. That is a board decision, but that needs to be specific and, well, not specific. It still needs to be a broad statement so your superintendent can develop progress measures that are specific to what the superintendent feels is important to managing the day-to-day operations of the district. Does that answer your question, Trustee Sung?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And appreciate all of your guidance through this process.
You guys.
So, so let's open this up for discussion, please. So I'm looking in the chat for people who are requesting to speak. And if I don't see anyone, I'm just going to start going down the line. We'll do a roll call. Okay, Trustee Cruz.
Thank you, Trustee Sung. So I was actually part of the committee and just wanted to give a little bit of background about the verbiage that Dr. Lathan brought up. And I know ensuring sounds like a very strong word, and kind of the background, I think, around that conversation was, you know, and it's not saying that, you know, it's ensuring achievement of students. I think that's a very different thing, but it's ensuring learning. You know, when you tell us that 91% of students have been not just contacted, but there's been two-way contact, that says to me and to the board that there's an effort being made to ensure that students are learning. So y'all are on the right track. And I think that, you know, we have to do everything that we can to ensure that our kids are getting access to some kind of learning during this crisis. And we know, and you mentioned that, Dr. Lathan, in your report, that there's going to be a lot of catching up to do, that the inequities that existed in education are just going to be exacerbated. But as, you know, you've mentioned in other conversations, you know, this isn't going to be, we don't know how long this crisis is going to last. This is not going to be the last crisis. And so if we can get technology into the hands of our students, if we can figure out how to communicate with all of our students and families, you know, not necessarily through Microsoft Teams or whatever, but just ensuring that there's some kind of learning going on. And the district has done so much in terms of the TV, you know, all of the initiatives that they're doing. I think that we have to do everything that we can to ensure that kids are learning. And so I will stand by that word. Addressing just seems like, well, we'll make an effort, but if it happens and if it doesn't, and learning has to be, that's why schools exist.
Thank you, Trustee Cruz. Anybody else?
Trustee Sung, Thank you. Can I speak?
Let's do Trustee Filipiseca and then Trustee Santos, please.
In the queue.
Thank you so much, everybody that worked on this. I really do appreciate it. I have one question. As part of your discussion, I don't know if I recall seeing it in the notes, was there some kind of discussion on a constraint that has to do with continued effort around communication, or is that just something that's assumed within each of these areas, or does it need to be spelled out more concisely as part of the constraints?
So, Trustee Filipiseca, give me an example of what you mean by that, please. And Marcia, if you want to chime in on this too.
I'll start off while people are getting themselves sorted. So Drew Howard, did say that communication was really important, as I mentioned. And so I think that wait, sweetie, you're trying to turn it off or on? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. While we didn't, please wait for me, okay? While we did not discuss communication explicitly in the committee, it is something that's been on my mind since then, in light of that conversation with the Director of Governance from the Texas Education Agency. But we didn't discuss it in the committee, to answer your question, Trustee Filipiseca.
Trustee Filipiseca, do you want to elaborate on what you would want around that kind of constraint?
Well, I still have to think a little bit about it. I just think that right now, as part of, and as we've been experiencing over the last 3 to 4 weeks, right? The importance of being able to communicate, two-way communication versus one-way communication. I know that there are different avenues and routes that the administration has been taking to communicate with our parents, and I know that we also have an ad hoc committee that may be talking about enhanced effort to communicate, maybe within the context of this crisis or not. But if we're talking about constraints, I do see that there are things like that are going out in different languages. So one example would be to not allow communications to go out just in English, for instance, right? That's just like a one quick example, right? Not necessarily the example that we might want to consider or not. It's just, it's so important how we communicate all of the different important information, especially as we're rolling out some of these different services and learning opportunities for our kids and community across the board. It's just, I just don't know, because I know that there are different stages of living through this shared experience too. There's like the short term, the midterm, the long term. There's the deployment of the devices, the training of the staff, people having the opportunity to figure things out and learn together. And then there's afterwards, okay, if we can ensure that more students, families have access to some of the different nutrition options and actual food and wraparound services supports and technology, then what? How are we using that or using those opportunities to have conversation and to monitor that and around communication, I guess.
So I think this is what I was trying to understand by asking you to elaborate a little bit more. So you're referring to communication between the administration and families. Okay. Marcia, do you have any thoughts?
I think that's a definite area that you can go through. I do want to commend the superintendent with the things that she has been doing and putting things out forthright via every avenue that she has access to. If you want to look at a standardized set of communication, like a specific day, time, that something would go out each week, that's just the pleasure of the board, and it has to be in collaboration with the superintendent to define what a standard set of communication would look like. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so I see, I'm going to keep going through here. This is not...
Trustee Dykert, do you want to take over facilitation at this point? Or do you want me to continue to facilitate?
I was just making sure that we were going through and hearing everybody. I mean, what are you envisioning this process being? I want to make sure that everybody is heard, both in the context of what is in what we've already drafted, and then maybe what isn't there that they're interested in seeing, right? And I'm just noticing people are chiming in. So if you want to call on folks, or I can call on folks, but
I misunderstood. I thought you asked me to facilitate this process.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm going to turn.
I thought you were explaining what.
No, I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue the conversation.
All right. So Trustee Santos.
Thank you, Trustee Dykert. Okay, so I am going to ask that we kind of, well, first of all, I echo Trustee Cruz's sentiment about the word and using the word ensure, but we have the superintendent will not operate without addressing the health and safety needs of students. I think that we have an obligation to our wider community, specifically the community that makes contact and ensures learning is taking place, to put them as a priority. Right now, our teachers are going over and beyond. As you can see, I don't have help, and those same teachers that are going and teaching our kids, they're single parents. They're the ones, they're out there reaching out to me saying, oh, you know, look here, look there, this is a resource for you and your baby, blah, blah, blah. These are the same people that are giving everything that we have for our kids. So my recommendation would be that the superintendent will not operate without addressing the health and safety needs of our students and employees, because without our employees, we cannot address social emotional learning. We just have an obligation to the broad community here. Yes, I understand that students are our number one priority, but if the people that are taking care of our kids aren't receiving hazard pay, and that goes for Dr. Lathan too, because from the top down, if people are having to go out and interact with community, they're putting themselves in harm's way. Additionally, they're going home and bringing what they're carrying with them all day long to their home where their families are. Just going to throw that out there. But again, we have an obligation to our wider community here to specifically our teachers and our educators or support staff, that we put their safety as the number one priority, along with, parallel structure here. Our students and employees are the same. They go hand in hand. They're just as important. Okay, and also, never mind.
One second, Trustee Santos. Marcia, by any chance, do you have one of those big Post-its convenient to your desk or the space that you're in? I mean, we're trying to do this process in a really unconventional way, and I'm capturing each person's thoughts on my little notepad here, but I'm wondering if there's a way of making it visible for everyone to see that their feedback and thoughts on these things are being captured. Does it make sense? Because that would be the process we would do this if we were face to face.
This is Laurie. Are you talking about chart paper?
Yep.
Like the large thing of chart paper? Yeah, I have some in my car.
I'm wondering if that might help facilitate this process a little bit.
It might, yes.
Okay.
To capture your ideas.
If you guys are able to help with that would be wonderful. Okay, Trustee Santos, continue, please.
Thank you. And going back to Trustee Vilaseca's point, as far as the communication, I have had, the community has reached out, and that they're saying that they're receiving a blanketed English message from I guess the primary HISD phone calls, and they're only receiving them in English, and if we could probably work that out. I know Dr. Lathan has said that it's going to go out in Spanish as well, but just a reminder for that. But I like Trustee Vilaseca's point about communication. But that's all I have for now. But again, my students, employees, it's just as important.
Thank you, Trustee Santos. Okay, Trustee Bluford Daniels, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Actually, there's a lot of discussion, so I'd like to make a motion to table this so that we can have an opportunity to sit down in, I think, 2 weeks emergency meeting and all discuss this collectively. So
Trustee Bluford Daniels, that's what we're doing tonight. This was put on the agenda for us to have this discussion. So then if we're not prepared there's only the opportunity to take action if we want to take action. But the idea is that we're having this conversation tonight. If we don't have consensus tonight, which I suspect we probably won't, and I didn't have an expectation that we would, then this ad hoc committee will reconvene with the feedback that is received tonight, and then we'll revisit together in a special meeting within the next 2 weeks. So I would like us to continue this conversation tonight so we can hear everybody's feedback about what has been drafted and the conversations thus far. Again, what's in there that folks, like, don't like, and then things that maybe aren't already in there that we should be taking into consideration.
So then I'm just, I guess, calling for a point of order. So then my motion to table it for the time being until the next meeting.
If you have a second to table it, but then we're cutting off the dialogue, like we haven't even heard Dr. Lathan's her proposed progress measures. Because then our next convening, we would be having the discussion that we should be having tonight, and so then it's just going to postpone it. So we'll have that, we'll have a special meeting for this process. Then we're not going to be voting on it probably until the May meeting. We were trying to have this voted on within the next couple of weeks and before the May board meeting. Does that make sense? So yes, you can make a motion and someone can second it, and we can vote to postpone if that is your pleasure.
That is my pleasure.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table to postpone this agenda item until what time, Trustee Bluford Daniels? Because
you spoke of emergency meeting in 2 weeks. I
have a legal question for Lisa. Our next scheduled meeting is our May regular meeting. And so any motion, because I have not called any special meetings yet, but can someone make a motion to postpone this and for me to call a special meeting?
Trustee Dygard, before Lisa responds, we do have a special meeting on April the 22nd, which is our budget workshop. I sent that information to the board on last Friday in my update that we wanted our team wanted to continue with that meeting that was scheduled as a budget workshop.
Okay, so we do have a meeting scheduled on April 22nd. Otherwise, the next scheduled meeting after that is the second Thursday.
April 23rd. April 23rd.
April 23rd. Okay, so Trustee Bluford Daniels, if you could please clarify if you have a date specific that you would like to postpone this to.
I make a motion that we postpone this until April the 23rd.
April 23rd. Okay, is there a second?
Patricia Allen, second. I have a question.
Trustee Adams?
I have a question. I know that this, Madam President, I know this work has to be done because the committee worked really hard on it, but not to oversee the motion that my colleague did. Is there a possibility we can carry this to the end of the meeting, since this is a lot of discussion, so we can get a lot of items out the way and voted on, and then we can concentrate on this? Because if not, it appears we're going to be here, even though we're at home.
Okay. That's
but,
fine.
You know, you have kids that are restless and stuff like that. It's just a suggestion, just to carry to the end of the meeting, so we can have that conversation.
I'm perfectly okay with that, but right now the motion on the table with the second is to postpone it until April 23rd. So unless Trustee Bluford Daniels wants to withdraw her motion, we need to vote on that motion.
Motion stands.
Motion stands. Okay, so Lisa, do we have discussion on the postponement of an agenda item, or is it just a vote?
Lisa? You can have discussion if there's anyone who wants to discuss that motion.
So any discussion on the motion to postpone?
That was, and this is one that, can you go down the line, because I don't want to overstep.
Okay, I will go down the line. Good idea. Okay, so Trustee Santos? Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
No discussion.
Trustee Allen seconded it. Any discussion, Trustee Allen?
No discussion.
Any further comments, Trustee Adams?
No,
just basically what I
basically was talking about, since this just came up at 3 o'clock with the revisions on it, I'd rather talk about it at the 22nd meeting, 23rd.
What do you mean it just came up with the revisions?
When I ran off my agenda this morning, it wasn't there. It came up at 3 o'clock.
This agenda item?
Yes.
This agenda item was on there before today?
Maybe it's the revisions that came up.
Okay. I think what got added this week was the 2 additional attachments, one which was the summary of the meeting, and the other one was the link to the TEA information.
Okay, no discussion.
Okay. Trustee Adams, any further comments on postponement?
Only what I stated earlier, if this item fails.
Okay. Trustee Cruz?
No comment.
Trustee Hernandez?
No discussion.
Trustee Sung?
I just wanted to understand what's the reason for postponing this?
My reason for asking for a postponement is the lengthy discussion, and so that we could all sit down and probably have a little bit more input, and it would be so lengthy.
Thank you.
I've already made my comments. Okay, so please vote. I'm going to do roll call, starting with you, Trustee Santos. Yes, no, or abstain.
And for clarification, this is to move the item, right?
The motion on the table is to postpone agenda item B3 until the April 22nd budget workshop that is going to be an incredibly meaty meeting, but so just prepare for a long evening if we add this to April 23rd, excuse me, April 23rd. So Trustee Santos, yes, no, or abstain from? Abstain.
Nay, no.
No, okay.
No.
You do not want to postpone? Okay. Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
No.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
I don't know what to vote because I really want us to get it out the way.
I understand. We are making a motion to postpone. You want to postpone this until the 23rd?
Only if I want to take it to the end of this meeting, so I'm going to say no on this.
If this motion fails, I will take it to the end of tonight's meeting.
Okay, well, I'm going to say no.
Okay. Trustee Cruz?
No.
Trustee Hernandez?
No.
Trustee Sung?
No.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a no. So that was 3 in favor, 2 in favor. 2 in favor, 7 opposed, 0 abstentions. So it is not postponed. I will move it to the end of today's agenda so we can continue our discussion about this. This is the most important work we do. This is what gives the superintendent guidance on the direction that the board wants the district to go and what our priorities are. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item that was held.
Trustee Dygard, I do want to point out that as it relates to communication, we are communicating in 4 languages, everything that goes out, English, Vietnamese, Spanish, and Arabic, and it's also posted on our district website. And so the phone calls are based on what's put in Chancery as to what language a parent selects when they want to receive the call outs. But that information is also documented on our district website. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item held for discussion is before a report from the audit committee chair. And this item is what we're trying to do every time there's an audit committee meeting, for the audit chair to just give an update to the board very briefly. It should have been on the March meeting, but because of everything that was going on that evening, we're going to have it tonight. So Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, let me turn it over to you briefly.
Thank you, Board President Dygard. I do want to...
wait, I have to have a motion first. Do I have a motion? Right, Lisa?
Trustee, technically under Robert's rules, to bring a discussion before the group, you just have a motion and a second. The recommendation is that this is just a discussion, so you would not do the part of your script at the end of the discussion to take a vote on anything.
All right,
just
so I need a motion to have discussion. So do I have a motion for discussion for B4?
So moved.
Second, this is Adams.
Okay, all right, proceed, Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Our first audit committee meeting of the calendar year was conducted on Monday, March 2nd. We have 4 audit committees members this year, Trustees Cruz, Hernandez, Sung, and myself. I want to welcome my new colleagues for joining, Trustee Sung and myself. Trustee Sung and myself have served for the last will be our 3rd year. Welcome to the new board members. And I look forward to serving with you. At the meeting, we determined meeting dates for the rest of the year. We had updates from our Chief Audit Executive and his team, including updates on the audit plan, the audit dashboard, and the external auditors came in to provide an audit update on one single audit that they were working on. Our Chief Audit Executive introduced his team and provided an overview of his role. We discussed the function of the committee and reviewed the audit committee activity pulled from the report that the of 2019. We're preparing for our next standing audit 23rd at 3 p.m. right before our committee meeting minutes. Please visit https://www.HoustonISD.org/page/41608. I'm looking forward to a productive year, and we have, again, 3 more meetings scheduled for this year. The next one's April 23rd. Those are posted meetings, so other colleagues are welcome to join as well. And it will be virtual.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn-Villaseca. Just very briefly, if anybody has any questions or comments, limited to 1 minute per board member, go ahead and type. The chat thing seems to be working, at least for me to be able to call on everybody. If for some reason you're struggling with it, wave your hands at me and let me know. So anybody have any questions or comments about the audit committee presentation? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move on to our next agenda item held for discussion, which is agenda item B5, update from the Board Operating Procedures Ad Hoc Committee Chair. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Who is that?
Second, Trustee Sung.
Okay.
Santos Ferris and then Sung.
Okay. Trustee Flynn-Villaseca is the chair of that ad hoc committee. If you would please begin the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you again, Madam President, for recognizing the importance of this work. It is an ad hoc committee, so we were charged with developing a deliverable, which is a Board Operating Procedures Manual. So once we done what our charge is, that ad hoc committee will dissolve. We had our first meeting, and I do want to thank Steve Dygard for initiating some of this work last year, coming forward with a draft HISD, a draft manual where we were able to provide input and look at other district exemplar manuals, so that we're looking at different practices and examining what we already have in policy and amalgamating something that we'll be able to really truly use here in HISD. The committee members are trustees Kathy Bluford Daniels, trustee Ann Sung, and myself, and we are also working with the Lone Star governance coach Marcia from Thompson and Horton. We had our kickoff meeting on March 5th to get a clear understanding from the board president, the objective of this committee, and determine the committee chair and board operators from other Texas districts. These same documents were shared with the rest of the board for their feedback. I had scheduled on March 12th. Regularly
Excuse me, Trustee Flynn-Villasega, you're chopping up a little bit. If you could repeat those last few sentences, please.
Last time that we met, we've had 2 meetings to date. The first meeting was our kickoff meeting on March 5th. And then from there, we were able to get our marching orders and determine what we were going to do next. We then met on March 12th. It was right before our last regularly scheduled board meeting that we had at Hattie Mae White. That was a brief board meeting, if everybody might recall. But we had that meeting to discuss feedback from all of the board members between those 2 meetings on the draft and the exemplars that we had to work with. At that meeting, we were able to make significant progress. We're probably about a third of the way through where we want to be to finalize this board operating procedures manual, which we will bring forward to the board. If we want to work aggressively, it would be May. But we might have need a little bit more time in June. But we're going to try to meet next Thursday, and I can give you, board president, an update then on where we are. And I want to thank everybody for their input on that first round, and then also for the committee members that are working on this.
Thank you, Trustee Flynn-Villasega. Okay, so let's use this chat feature. If anybody, again, let's try and limit it to 1 minute per person. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments about this agenda item? Trustee Cruz?
Thank you, Trustee Villasega Flynn, and for all of the committee that worked so hard on this.
You just froze, Trustee Cruz.
So, just to go or in June.
Trustee Cruz? Trustee Cruz, you are frozen. You're not moving and we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, good. So just a clarifying question. The goal is to have the board operating procedures approved in May or in June?
And now I think Trustee Flynn-Villasega is frozen.
Oh, no.
I'm wondering, okay. Are you there, Trustee Flynn-Villasega?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yes.
So ideally, it would be May. Where we'll be able to hopefully cover at least another third. And if we meet the following week, I think we will be able to, after that, I think we'd be able to be ready to go for May. I have to double check with we do need to have things submitted at board services so that it can make it on the agenda and has the proper amount of time to review, because the rest of the board, well, I want to make sure you have ample time to be able to weigh in on what the final or the finalized draft product, if you will be.
Do you have anything else, Trustee Cruz?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Adams, do you have any questions?
No, I was just wondering if, I know we're supposed to just say request to speak, but I was wondering if we are having technical difficulties, if it's okay for the persons who are having it to go ahead and type it, because on this end, I'm hearing a lot of choppiness.
Everything's choppy, and I have a feeling some of it might be the weather, and we're just going to have to muddle through this. But legally, we cannot have any side conversations. And Trustee Santos, I do see your request for us to take a 5-minute break. Let's finish this agenda item. I think we're almost done with it, and then we'll take a very, very brief recess. Okay, Trustee Cruz, did you have further questions? Oh, wait, no, I asked you that, moved on to Trustee Adams. I just want a clarifying question. It sounds like once this committee has finished their draft, that has every board member has already had the opportunity to give input on this, that you're going to compile a draft, and we'll have an opportunity to review that in another round of feedback to you all before it shows up on the agenda, or is the next opportunity for the board to see it going to be at an agenda that it's on?
To come back to the board with an agenda item and have review and discussion of it at agenda review. But okay, given the situation that we're in, we did not have agenda review this month, but there would be opportunities to provide written feedback, I would think. I don't know if it would then be in an FAQs document or not, and maybe we need to reconsider then how it's going to show up.
Could you work that out with Lisa? And what I'm hearing is that y'all would like to continue to have agenda reviews. Is that okay? And so we'll plan on that for agenda review for May, and just work out with Lisa McBride, just so that especially because we can't get together face to face, this is all a challenging process, but to make sure we're getting everybody's input and feedback while simultaneously staying within the boundaries of the Open Meetings Act. Okay, so we're going to take we don't need to vote on this. Any further questions or comments on this?
So why are we taking a break?
Because I have a request from one colleague for us to take a brief break, and I actually need to take a brief break. So I'm going to say 5 minutes. It is 6:57 right now. I'm going to reconvene, which means not starting to walk back to your seats, but in your seats ready to go at 7:02. So I'm looking for everybody to be back in their seats. Of course that's not going to happen.
I'm here.
No, I'm like looking at the boardroom. I'm like, where is everybody? All right, I see Kathy. I see Trustee Bluford Daniels. I see Trustee Hernandez. Trustee Santos, are you back?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca, are you back? Trustee Cruz, are you back?
Yes.
All right, so that's 5 of us at least. Okay.
I'm here too.
Awesome. Okay.
Trustee Allen is here. I just didn't want you all to see my snack.
I was doing on the we had 5. And when I got to 5, I stopped.
Yeah, you have to share your snack.
All righty. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-1, approval of vendor awards for purchases over $100,000 and ratification of vendor awards for purchases under $100,000. May I have a motion?
Santos, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second, Trustee Sung.
And Trustee Sung, I believe you pulled this item from consent, so if you'd like to begin discussion, please.
My question has already been answered, so no discussion. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion from my colleagues?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Okay, I would like to ask, well, first of all, how much money are we saving by not operating right now as far as like the entire district?
I guess I should have asked if Dr. Latham was back.
She's asking how much are we saving as a district by not operating the district.
So I can't give you an exact number of what that would be. I mean, we are spending additional dollars for staff, of course, to come in and work because we do have that board policy. We're also purchasing laptops and hotspots. We're doing a lot of printing and mailing, but we're also not doing we're going to have lower costs, for example, in gasoline for buses and utilities. Right. So, but to put a number right now, that's impossible to do.
Okay. Well, Mr. Reed, if we can, or Dr. Lathan, if we can you give us an update of that when it becomes available? Secondly, I'd like to know why aren't our historical expenditures like they used to be on the item? It was more useful I know, at least for me, to note the increases that we have had, and it also seems a little not transparent if we don't have that there.
I'm going to ask Ms. Licata to respond to your question, Trustee Santos.
So the historical, Trustee Santos, the historical spend, that information is included on the board summary that's provided.
Okay. Okay, so one more question, Ms. Licata.
Ms. is shaking her head.
I'm sorry. So why was there an increase in It's Learning, the funding increase for that?
For which one? For which one?
It's Learning.
It's Learning.
Why did it need an increase in funding?
So for that board item, and you're speaking of 131104?
131104, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So the original item that was taken, it was only taken for the full term and it didn't include the renewals. So really, technically, this is not a budget increase to the budget. It's additional funds needed to get us through the 3 remaining renewals.
Okay. All right. And Dr. Lathan, and I apologize, I'm going to rush through these questions because Morris is not planning to cooperate. So are you asking for more money for technology at this point, or you will not be asking for more money for technology?
Not right now, not as it relates to items that we're purchasing. We're purchasing right now based on our existing budget. If we need to make an amendment when we bring the budget back in June, we would ask at that time. But right now, no, I'm not asking for additional dollars from the board.
Okay, and Dr. Lathan, the COVID-19 sites that we're in partnership with HISD, is that costing any money to operate? And I'm not complaining, I'm absolutely for this, but I just was curious about that. And what is our communication with that? And also some support staff have asked if they could be tested too in light of what has happened.
Great question. So yes, there are some expenses for the district for our COVID-19 sites in collaboration with our various partners. We are encouraging, and we actually pushed out that information again on yesterday, encouraging our staff and families to go to the location at Forest Brook Middle School. It is free of charge. There are no appointments needed, and that information was pushed out yesterday also. But so it is available for our staff, and we want them to, and families to take advantage of that. As it relates, go ahead.
All right. Oh, no, go ahead. And I have that one last little tiny question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so when your survey came back, can you define technology? Is it per pupil, per student, per household? I know that it's really difficult to type an essay on a phone, so are we considering phones technology? I just wanted some further clarification about that. I just really, if you need the support and to approve more money for laptops, so it could be per student and more hotspots, I would love to have that in discussion.
Okay, I think you were breaking up just a little bit. I believe your question was if when a parent completed the survey, did they complete it on behalf of, let's say I have 3 children in my household and 3 children do not have access, did they submit that information based on each child or just the household? And I need to go back and see how we've compiled that information to be on the safe side, and then I can bring that back to you because we were asking parents, and if the survey did not explain that, we were asking about individual children.
Yes, and also what basically define technology is like a phone considered technology.
I'll go back and see. I thought we asked on the.
So they only had to put it in one, so I think I'm going to pull it up. I think they have multiple pieces where they could put it in the
But they were asking how did we define technology? So did we say, do you have, I thought we asked them about the laptop, we asked them about a cell phone, because some smartphones can be utilized for some of the instructional software programs that we have. And so I believe we separated out. We're pulling it up now just to verify, Trustee Santos.
Thank you, colleagues. The next speaker in the queue is Trustee Hernandez, and I would like to remind colleagues, these items are pulled from consent agenda. If you have questions, the most appropriate questions for this discussion are things that to help you vote on these items. Other things, I think if we could ask the administration to put them in as a referral and then just have that emailed to everybody if it isn't related to actually voting on the item, because we still have to get back to our conversation about our emergency priorities. Okay, Trustee Hernandez?
I'll put it in as a referral.
Okay. All right. Seeing nobody else in the chat requesting to speak, please vote. We're going to go through, I made my list. Yes, no, or abstain. Trustee Santos?
She's shaking her head.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Our next item held from consent is agenda item I-4, order approving new term rate period for a portion of Houston Independent School District variable rate limited tax refunding bonds, series 2012, authorizing the redemption of a portion of outstanding bonds and approving other provisions relating thereto. May I have a motion?
So moved, Villaseca.
Do I have a second?
Second, Sung.
And Trustee Sung, I'll let you begin discussion. I believe you pulled this from consent.
I'll defer to Trustee Flynn-Villaseca, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I just have one quick question. I wanted to know if administration has considered fixing the debt since we're in a low interest rate environment.
If we fix that debt, even though it is a low interest rate environment, it doesn't give us many options for actually defeasing debt. That's one of the things we use the variable rate debt to do, is as our property values increase, we're able to then defease debt, which actually saves us interest costs. So we could, if we fix that out, it could be, if we fix it out 10 years or 20 years, long term, that could actually cause us to have to increase our tax rate next time we go out for a bond election and sell bonds. We use this to actually be able to defease debt and lower our debt. And it also looks good to investors as well as Standard & Poor's, Moody's, our rating agencies, that we do on a regular basis defease debt. We do that every year.
Okay. And I did see that in the FAQ, I had another question, but it was answered in the FAQ around the district's debt variable rate. It looks like we're at how much of the district's debt variable rate? It's like 15%, right?
Yeah, about 14%. Yeah, 14%.
Okay, that's good. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Those are the only questions I have. And, I think the items 4, 5, and 6, I-4, 5, and 6 were pulled. Those two questions that I asked answer all of those. questions that I have for all the items.
Any further questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote. I'm going to mix it up and go the other direction. Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos? Yes. And I'm a yes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Item passes. The next item held for discussion is agenda. Wait a minute. I think I missed one. We just did I-5, correct?
No, we did 4, and then Trustee
We did
Flynn
do I-5.
Villaseca
Okay,
said 5 and 6 were
I-5 and
answered.
I-6. Excuse me?
She said 5. Her questions had been answered for 5 and 6, which had been
Yes,
pulled.
but we still have to vote on them because they were
Separately.
pulled.
Right.
Yeah. So our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-5, order approving new term rate period for a portion of Houston Independent School District variable rate limited tax schoolhouse bonds series 2013B, authorizing the redemption of a portion of outstanding bonds and approving other provisions relating thereto. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The item passes. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item I-6, order approving new term rate period for a portion of Houston Independent School District variable rate limited tax schoolhouse bonds, series 2014A-1B, authorizing the redemption of a portion of outstanding bonds and approving other provisions relating thereto. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, Sung.
Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues?
Can you clarify what item that is?
Item I-6.
Is that Trustee Adams who made the motion and Trustee Song seconding?
Yes.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. Our next item held for discussion is agenda item J1. And I'm not looking at my agenda, but agenda item J1, may I have a motion?
Santos, so moved.
Trustee Sung, second.
Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some, okay, so Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Trustee Dygert. I just have a question. So this is to approve the adoption of district employees being paid. Will this affect any, I know we haven't discussed this, but future potential stipends that could be issued to employees like El Paso ISD that has given stipends to their employees?
No, this is just, if you recall from last month, the emergency meeting in March, it was to pay employees through April the 9th. This is to extend, and as long as we continue to be closed, but instructing to continue to pay staff members. If there are other considerations that we bring as it relates to bringing a recommendation to the board, it would be out. It would not be tied to this particular agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Layton.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes, so thank you again for bringing forward this. I know that it's something that is time sensitive because based on the emergency meeting we had last month, it looks like this was set to expire. I will say I was a bit confused because the original J1 item was something that was pulled and this was replaced. It was still coded as J1, but it's a completely different item. So I appreciate the discussion. One of the things though, I appreciate, and I know that how we approved it the first time around, it was merged talking about approving pay for employees and then also approving Dr. Lathan to have increased authority and flexibility around her authority during the emergency crisis. But one of the things that I did notice in this agenda item is that it says until the district it resumes normal operation. So I sort of read that as indefinitely, and I'm a little bit concerned because of the oversight function that we have as a board, and I would prefer to have an end date, right? Just like we're going to have an end date with the constraints that we're proposing potentially, that perhaps we should just add this as a routine agenda item and we approve it every month. But I, at the same time, understand that because it's coupled with the pay piece for our employees, that I don't want them to feel some uncertainty from a month to month either. So I don't know if there's a way to separate them out, or if I would, propose an amendment to just bring this up as a routine item.
So Trustee Flynn-Villasecca, thank you for your concerns. We actually mirrored, this was a mirror example of an example that was provided by, of course, Thompson and Horton that was shared not only with our district, but with other districts as it relates to that. And this coincides with the notification that we gave as it relates until further notice until the district is operating again. So I just wanted you to understand, and this is an amendment to the original item from the March emergency meeting.
Do you have any further questions or comments, Trustee Flynn-Villasecca?
Yes, so the part that, so just for clarity's sake, the part that's amended is, it just needed to be approved because it was expiring, or there's something else that changed here that I don't know if there's a red lining to it or not. I don't recall seeing it.
It was because it was expiring, and we wanted to make sure we did not have any issues with being able to continue to pay employees, and so that's why we changed it. And if you'll look at that in the end of that very first paragraph, until the district resumes normal operations. And the other supplemental information was just adding in the additional information that came as it relates to the president and the governor and the county judge's stay-at-home orders. So we just updated that to reflect the changes that they made. But there are no other changes. And like I said, this is the same authority other school boards are giving their superintendents across the state.
Do you have any further questions, Trustee Flynn-Villasecca?
Not right now.
Okay. Trustee Sung?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for bringing the staff. I was eagerly awaiting to see this item so that we can make sure that we're paying everybody. So thank you for your work on this. I see that this incorporates the language from the previous resolution. And in that previous resolution, the expanded authorities that we're delegating to you, as many school boards are delegating to superintendents across the state, include number 5, the authority to procure, negotiate, execute contracts, et cetera, in a more expedient way. And then also number 7, to apply for waivers in accordance with guidance and instructions from national and state authorities. So I'm wondering, Dr. Lathan, if you've had occasion to use either of those since this was approved last month.
The other item that you're being requested to vote on tonight is item D1, where we're waiving our appraisal process. Once you approve that tonight, I'll be submitting the waiver to TEA, but the first step is you still have to take board action. The only item that we're in the process of procuring right now is speech services, so that we can meet the needs of our special education students. There have been no other items, and I want to make sure, have I missed anything? Oh, and the tutoring, yes. So the speech services and the tutoring are the only two items that we have procured outside of, and we're in the process of negotiating those contracts so that we can make sure we're meeting minutes for special education. The other things, the technology, we have purchased those. We've shared that with you, but we're still using our existing budget. The company, any issues as it relates to Scott vendors, we're using the same vendors that we normally use for technology, correct? Okay, and then the hotspots. I just want to make sure that the only things that are major things are technology purchases we've made. We're working on the contract for telespeech, and then we are working on a contract for tutoring to fill in the gaps of some needs that we have. So those are the only thing that we have, three things that we've worked on as far as procuring. They're the hotspots. I mean, technology. Okay, so to secure the hotspots, telespeech, a company for that was not a pre-approved vendor because the other vendors we have could not accommodate our needs. And what did I just say? Tutoring services.
Thank you. And those all sound like exactly the kinds of things that we want you to be able to procure expediently in this kind of an emergency. So I'm very comfortable with the language here. I'd appreciate if we could, as a board, just get a regular update, maybe monthly, on how, what's being procured and, what waivers we're submitting under this authority. Thank you.
You will receive that information.
Do you have any further questions or comments from my colleagues? Done. Please vote. Trustee Bluford Daniel?
Yes.
Trustee Scott?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn-Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos? Did we lose Trustee Santos?
No, yes. I said yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And I'm a yes. So 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Item passes. Okay, Ms. McBride, I have a legal question. We have held item D3 for discussion. Do we need to have that discussion before we accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus? Lisa?
Sorry, I was trying to find my unmute button. I apologize. You can do it either way. If you want to go ahead and accept the balance and then do the discussion, that's fine.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we are now ready to consider the balance of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the balance of today's agenda by consensus?
So moved, Trustee Cruz.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Can you repeat that, please? I heard second.
Second, Santos.
Okay. Are there any comments or questions to my colleagues? Seeing none, please vote. Trustee Santos? Trustee Santos?
No, that's okay. I'll hold it for the next time. Thanks.
Okay. No, we're voting.
No. It's not regarding the voting. It's fine.
We're voting, so yes, no, or abstain.
Oh, yes. Sorry, yes.
Okay. Trustee Bluford?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So the balance passes 9-4, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting held on March 12th, 2020, and the emergency meeting held on March 19th, 2020?
So moved, Santos.
Second, Blueprint Daniels.
Any discussion?
None.
Seeing none, please vote. Oh, and we're just for fun, let's mix it up. Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Okay, that's not fair. Yes.
Trustee Blueprint Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. It passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. I started in the middle next time. I still went in order, just started in different places. Okay, we are now ready to consider items discussed in executive session. Are there any motions? Okay, Lisa, can I ask a question, a legal question? Can we vote aye, nay, and nay? And then if anybody says nay or anybody says they abstain, then we record that and the rest are yeses?
No, I think really for the record, to be clear, we need to do a roll call vote.
That's fine. I just thought I would ask. Okay, so Trustee Cruz, you're reading the motion?
Yes. Do I need to read the number, or do I just say I move that?
You can just
read the
I move that, yeah.
Okay. I move that the board authorize the district to settle the matter of Angela Corbin versus Houston Independent School District in the 55th Judicial District Court of Harris County, Texas, cause number 2019-04015 on the terms discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020. Do I keep going?
So moved.
Okay.
Wait, so Trustee Cruz made the motion.
I'm sorry, second,
Okay,
sorry.
Okay, all right, so Trustee Blueprint Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Item passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Next item?
I move that the board approve the settlement agreement and full and final release from liability in the special education matter of Henry D., BNF, Mark and Caroline D. versus Houston Independent School District, TEA docket number 293-SE0718, and authorize district administrators to execute all necessary documents on the terms discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020.
Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Oh, we can't, no, we already had our discussion. Okay, please vote. Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villaseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adam?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Blueprint Daniels?
Yes.
Yes.
State insurance claim number 3704-787 on the terms discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz? Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villeseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Item passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Next item?
Trustee Dygart, can you just announce, I didn't catch who seconded that. I know Trustee Cruz made the motion.
I forgot.
Trustee Adams.
Trustee Adams.
Okay, got it.
And this next one is the personnel item Trustee Hernandez wants to abstain on. I move that the board approve closed session personnel agenda item as discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second. Bluford Daniels.
Bluford Daniels, seconded. Please vote. Trustee Santos?
I didn't hear. What did she say?
You want to repeat it?
Okay. Yes. Okay, so this is the personnel item that Trustee Hernandez wanted to abstain on. I move that the board approve closed session personnel agenda item number 7 as discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay. So Trustee Santos, yes. Trustee Flynn Villeseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Abstain.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So that's 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item, please.
This is the personnel item Trustee Santos wants to abstain on. I move that the board approve closed session personnel agenda item number 8 as discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020. Could y'all hear me?
Well, the weather's changing. It's getting real bad, so a lot of people may have difficulties because of the clouds.
Did y'all hear me?
Yeah. It was weird, but all the words came out. Does anybody need Trustee Cruz to repeat that?
It was personnel agenda item number 8.
Second, Hernandez.
Okay. Please vote. Trustee Santos? Abstain. Trustee Flynn Villeseca?
Yes.
Trustee Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz?
Yes.
Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that's 8 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Next item.
I move that the board approve the balanced closed session personnel agenda, including specifically that the board approve proposed terminations of continuing term and probationary contracts, approve end-of-term terminations of probationary contracts, that the board approve proposed non-renewals of term contracts, that the board approve issuance of fourth-year probationary contracts, and authorize the interim superintendent or her designee to provide notice of the same, that the board approve separation and release agreements, that the board approve withdrawals of contract recommendations and any reissuance of same, and that the board approve issuance of final orders on contract terminations and non-renewals as discussed in closed session effective April 10th, 2020.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yes. Trustee, I think okay. Please vote. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes.
Trustee Sung?
Yes.
Trustee Cruz? Oh, wait, Trustee Hernandez?
Yes.
Yes. Trustee Cruz, yes. Trustee Adams?
Yes.
Trustee
Yes.
Allen?
Yes.
Trustee Flynn Villeseca?
Yes.
Trustee Santos?
Yes.
Did I miss anybody? No? I'm a yes. 9 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. Next item. Is that it, Trustee Cruz? Yay!
Yes, that's all.
All righty. We now have come to the portion of our meeting where we normally hear from our community. We have we are glad that you have joined us online today under current guidance from federal, state, county, and city authorities concerning large gatherings and social distancing during the COVID-19 public health emergency. The Hattie Mae White Educational Support Center, including the board auditorium, is closed. However, it is still important that we allow time to hear from our community. In order to have your voices heard by the HISD Board of Education, you should electronically submit comments up to 300 words. These comments should be submitted using the online registration tool on the district's website at https://www.houstonisd.org/ or by downloading a speaker's form on the district's website and emailing that form along with your comments to boardservices@houstonisd.org. Only those who have submitted written comments, can y'all please mute? There's a lot of background noise. Only those who have submitted written comments as stated above to the Board Services Office online or electronically by 9:30 a.m. today will have their comments read aloud. Should any registered speakers wish to distribute handout materials to the board, the materials must have been provided to Board Services via email at boardservices@houstonisd.org by 9:30 a.m. today. We have one member of the community that has submitted a comment to be read aloud during this portion of the meeting. Comments shall be limited to 300 words or 2 minutes each. Please refrain from naming individuals, especially students, as they are protected under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act. Abusive statements or threats of confrontation are not permitted. Any comments in violation of these guidelines will not be read. And I'd also like to call it to the attention of my colleagues that these comments are in what normally would be our blue folders that are provided to us in the boardroom, but have been sent to us electronically, so you should have an email with these comments, as well as some hard copies of other supporting documents that were provided by the speaker. So this was provided by Dr. Deborah Carr. And no edits were made to the comments that were submitted. And so the next couple of minutes, these comments are from Dr. Carr and not from myself. So Dr. Carr writes, I want to thank you for allowing me to share a concern. I am Dr. Deborah Carr, president of the special needs organization Home Run Hitters International. We are committed to providing social communicative experiences for children with severe and multiple disabilities. We have sponsored a camp on the campus of T.H. Rogers for more than 10 years and have expanded that camp to meet the needs of many children of all ages in Houston and surrounding areas. We are a small nonprofit and are responsible for all personnel, transportation, and space used for this special camp. We use 4 areas. One area for the camp and its sites, one area for positioning and relaxation as the campers have a chance to get out of their chairs, one area for our nursing duties and quiet space for young children who need quieter spaces to work successfully, and one space for personal care, changing and personal hygiene, as most of our campers are dependent in areas of self-care. Our reason for sharing this information is for you to understand our need for the spaces we rent. We are requesting that we be allowed to rent these spaces for the same cost as we rented last year. In hindsight, I recognize we should have inquired at the end of summer about the cost of the space for this year, but for the $4,000 that we paid last year was such a challenge for us, we budgeted the $4,000 for this year so that we could be prepared. We were not thinking $25,000 or $15,000 for rental of the same space. Therefore, on behalf of all of our special campers, our many families and volunteers, we are asking you to inform us of the procedure to take and the person or persons to approach who will be able to have our request approved. This request is for this upcoming camp. Thank you in advance for your consideration of this request for information. This concludes the comments by Dr. Deborah Carr. So we are now going to resume our conversation as a board on agenda item B3 regarding our emergency constraints from the board, as well as the progress measures from Dr. Lathan. So I'm going to reopen the chat on agenda item B3, and I see Dr. McMahon has requested to speak on this. Am I correct on that, Dr. McMahon?
Yes, that is true.
Okay.
I would actually like to defer to Trustee Sung on what the next steps are.
Okay. Trustee Sung?
Dr. McMahon and I chatted over the break, and her recommendation was that we go one by one through these priorities. And President Dygart, I think that was the direction you were leading us, is to kind of talk through the priorities that are on the table, that it came forward from the committee. It seems like there is interest in other possible priorities as well, but for us to first address the ones that were brought forward from the committee.
Yes. Okay, and we're going to use this chat. So we're going to start with emergency constraint 1, which is the superintendent will not operate without addressing the social and emotional needs of students. And I want to remind the board that usually constraints are student focused, and usually constraints, so we should have at least 1 and no more than 5, with 3 being, my light just went off, with 3 being the kind of optimal number. So I can no longer see what I am reading. So let's use the chat feature to request to talk. And I'm going to text my home-based tech support on my light. Do I have any colleagues that want to ask any questions or make any comments about this first constraint? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, just keep going. We can hear you.
So no one has chimed, no one has requested to speak. Okay, so then let's, okay, Trustee Sung?
So if this is a consensus, if there's consensus around this priority, then we might consider actually inviting Dr. Lathan to talk about the progress measures, measure for this constraint.
Let me first, I see a second colleague. Thank you for your suggestion. Dr. Lathan, if you would please share the progress measures on this.
Thank you, trustees. And I actually emailed you a draft earlier today, right before I think we started our meeting. So you would also have a copy in front of you. Proposing as a draft that, number 1, going back to the constraint, superintendent would not operate without addressing the social and emotional needs of students. So for the progress measure, it would be the number of participants in HISD social and emotional learning and counseling support webinars will increase from 0 on March the 20th, which was the beginning of our closure, to 2,550 by June 1st, 2020. June 1st is considered the last day of the school year, and so that's how that date was selected. So going from 0, and remember, as we think about these priorities and constraints, reason we're using 0 because people are like, oh, because we were not doing it in this manner and we're not providing remote instruction and virtual learning prior to that time. I'll take questions or comments. Is that how we're doing it?
Yes, yeah, and people are typing in if they want to speak in the chat function because I can't see everybody at once for them to raise hands. So I want to just remind everybody I can't see all of you, so if you're raising your hand or waving at me, I don't necessarily see it. Okay, so Trustee Santos?
I'm not ready for questions yet.
Okay. Not yet. Trustee Flimville, excuse me, sorry about that. Trustee Flimville-Seca?
Thank you. So on this emergency constraint, there's just one constraint progress measure right now. Are you considering adding additional constraint progress measures, Dr. Lathan?
Not at this time. Like I said, we wanted to hear discussions today, and then as we progress through 2 and 3, and if we need to revisit, to come back at another time to do that. But I wanted to kind of hear what your thinking was. Like I said, I know I read the notes from the meeting, but I wanted to hear it. But that's how we laid this out, because as you think about emergency constraint number 1 and number 2, it's some of the same things that some of the same departments are actually going to be working on these progress measures.
Okay. I would be curious as because this is aligned with a constraint that we already have during normal times. I think it would be helpful to better, to really understand how many students and families are being touched by, are being reached by our wraparound service specialists that are serving our students now as well. I know that we would get some regular reporting as part of that program. So I'm curious, would we be able to get some additional information outside of what's being deployed centrally from central office, like from the webinars and things of that nature?
So that, if you, and I hate to jump ahead, but if you look at the wraparound specialists are actually spelled out in emergency constraint number 2 and their reach and touch to students. And so that's where we were addressing that under that second constraint.
Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Cruz, and I'm also going to go back to 2 minutes per person, and we can make additional rounds if necessary, but okay, Trustee Cruz. Trustee Cruz? Did we lose? Oh, I see, never mind. Okay, Trustee Sung.
Thank you. So one of the things we usually look for with constraints is that they challenge the organization. So I wonder, Dr. Lathan, if you could tell us a little bit more about your thinking about the number that you selected there, the 2,550.
Yes, as we think about and look at the participation from at the beginning when we first launched last week, and also this is for the live participation. Like I said, we are also recording, but we were trying to, this number was based around people actually participating the first time around. If you think about when a TV show airs and then they run the replays of it, it's the first time out, and trying to make sure parents and students are engaged during that live portion. And so that's how we were looking at this particular number, because this is a weekly, the webinars are weekly. And so we're really talking about, like I said, really for the next 6 weeks or so. And so that's how we arrived at this number, if you think about that, unless we change that June 1st date. But that is the end of the physical school year.
Okay. And then the participants, are they students or parents or employees?
It is students and parents and it's open to anyone that actually engages and participates. Of course, our goal is trying to reach parents and students to address those social emotional needs, but it's not a closed webinar.
Okay. So I'm always interested to see not just the raw numbers, but kind of what percentage of our students we're reaching as well. So 2,550 is something like 1%, right, of our students. Are there other, you must have considered, are there other metrics as well that you could use?
We did.
I'm just wondering, how do we hit more of our students? Yeah.
And we've talked about this, like I said, kind of putting this together in less than a week of trying to say, okay, what data do we have available? Because, we want a baseline, of course, even though the baseline is 0 right now, but being able to truly be able to pull that information. You're right, as it relates to the percentage. We talked about also looking at the percentage versus the numbers, versus the number like you see here. And so we kind of went back and forth. We still need to just, have some further discussions also. But like I said, I wanted to really kind of hear the thinking and get feedback from the board tonight.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful for me to understand where this is coming from. And the last thing I want to say about this is, like Drew said, we need to figure out some way to we're going to be in this emergency for a few months, right? So we want to look at how, I'm wondering what metrics that we might look at beyond June. So I'll pause there.
Trustee Song, you were breaking up, so I really didn't hear what you were saying.
I wonder if there's metrics we can look at into the summer, in June, or even July.
Okay, we'll take that under consideration.
Did we lose you, Trustee Sung?
That was my last comment.
Okay. All righty. Let's see here. Next, Trustee Cruz.
So yeah, just kind of along the same line as Trustee Sung, the timeline. And I know that June 1st is the traditional last day of school. And I guess I just wonder if we would come back and revisit this, if this is prolonged, which seems very likely. And I know that there's talk about, a much more expanded summer school if that's an option. So would we just revisit this and take a vote, kind of like the way we did the resolution with the pay to extend it, or how does this work?
So, like I said, I'm making the notes, and so board services, they're also making the notes, and we can go back and revisit and talk with our team. And so what we'll do as part of course, our cabinet meeting on Monday, we'll debrief and say, the board asked about this. How can we build this in? Because it depends on what you're voting on tonight, because if you're not voting on the progress measures, and it sounds like I'm going to have an opportunity to edit and come back, then we would bring back additional information.
I'm going to clarify. I get the impression just from our conversation so far that we are probably not voting on this item tonight, Dr. Lathan.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking also, but I wanted to make sure. Mm-hmm.
It was not the intention from the outset. We just wanted to leave the door open in case we were in a place that we wanted to do that. So, okay, sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Cruz.
That's all. Thank you.
Trustee Hernandez.
Most of my questions have already been answered. I was questioning the 2,500 number as well, and just seeing some of the other numbers with the other progress measures in emergency constraint 2, and seeing the difference in that for health and safety of the students. And I think that social and emotional needs should be a priority as well, and seeing if and what we can do to increase those numbers so that more students can be reached, more students and parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. McMahon.
I just wanted to chime in and mention, I think you guys are actually moving in the right discussion with the right direction with the discussions that you guys are having. You're taking a proposed constraint. You're looking at how that could be measured in different ways, and that is exactly what you guys should be doing now. Your superintendent must have direction from the board as to what the priorities are that you want to achieve. And then the superintendent is bringing forward to you potential ways to achieve the direction that you want. So I just want to say you guys are the discussion that you're moving forward with is definitely in the right direction. It might not be achieved tonight, but what you're discussing and doing is right on target.
Thank you. All right, any further questions or comments or anything from my colleagues or you, Dr. Lathan, about, I see Trustee Bluford Daniels typing. Okay, there you go, Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Well, excuse me. My overall concern is, as I keep saying, is that this is something that is just totally unprecedented, this situation that we're in. And it just, in my humble opinion, well, not too much humble about it, but anyway, I think that to prioritize, to try and quantify and prioritize what we should be doing at a time like this should be obviously the safety and welfare of the children, and of course how they're being the outreach. And I think that information is already being provided. We know how many students we have. That's the benchmark. And so she's given us the percentage of children that we've reached, that they have reached. And our concern should be, as we discussed before, what do we have to do to further reach the children? We're here in April. We're April the 9th. We have another month or so. And our preparation should be, actually, in my opinion, again, to trying to create a best practice for our situation should something like this reoccur. But to concentrate truly on the focus of the student by means of saying that we've reached X number of students, we're at 91%, that we've been given, and then how are we going to close that gap?
Is that a question for Dr. Lathan?
No, that was a statement in general to my colleagues. But that's where I think we should be focused on, closing that gap in which the 91% is already reached, and how are we going to attain a goal of 100%. I think that we got to be real careful about trying to micromanage and say, okay, we've already approved the budget. This is what we want you to do with this budget. But I think that with that budget, she's already talked about buying more laptops. Okay, so how do we reach those children that we have not already reached? That I think should be our focus as far as the constraints, because that obviously is a constraint.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So the metrics you're giving, we've reached this percentage, you want us to reach 100%. Are you meaning as far as our communication, as far as having a laptop and hotspots?
Well, the communication would be inclusive of all of that. I mean, she's broken that down to us. She can provide that information to us. I think our goal should be, we're starting at 0 when we started in March, and then by a certain date, we want to try and reach 100%. Okay. And then what would it take to achieve that gap? I don't think that we should get into the weeds about how she's going to do it, because she's letting us know how she's going to do it.
Okay. All right, Trustee Cruz.
Yeah, sorry, I should have asked it the first time. I need to write my questions down. I forget. I'm just curious, Dr. Lathan, like in the first emergency constraint, the constraint progress measure is around the increase in webinar participation, and I just wonder what other metrics, I know like there's a form that parents can fill out if they want to request services. I guess I just wonder, besides the webinars, what other supports are in place, and what should we be measuring or prioritizing?
So other support, you're right, parents can go online and request services or support. They can also request that through their teachers and principals. And so there, like I said, I made a note about that for us to go back when we meet to talk about, are there some other metrics that we can utilize as it relates to this emergency constraint. So give me an opportunity to go back and speak with my team about that, and I'll bring it back.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Trustee Santos.
Thank you, President Diagon. So, Dr. Lathan, I just want to keep in mind, like a school like Bel Air that has almost, over 3,000 students, a school like San Jose that has over 2,800 students, they're going to have more logins because they have more teachers. More students, and more teachers. But as far as goal progress measures are concerned, how are we going to have a metric that is going to include not just the amount of logins that we have, but also the multiple apps that everybody's teams and Custodio and...
Excuse me, Trustee Santos, hang on one second. We're going to discuss that part. Look, right now we're on the first constraint in
Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Trustee Diagon.
I respectfully ask to hold that conversation until the last. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so then the question.
We're on emergency constraint 1.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I would like to request to my colleagues that we come to a consensus where we can put employees' health and social emotional temperature of our employees included with this, I think that I would be more inclined to support a constraint that that gives just as much support to our employees as we do to our students, because again, they are the ones that are keeping our honorary first-year teacher parents afloat, helping them give direction and so forth. So again, if we can prioritize the health of our employees along with paralleling our students' safety, that would be great.
Okay. All right. So back to emergency constraint 1. The superintendent will not operate without addressing the social and emotional needs of students. Emergency constraint 2 is about health and safety needs of students. And what I'm hearing is interest in adding our staff to that, or possibly having another constraint about our staff. Oh, sorry. Did I hear that correctly, Trustee Santos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I've got a request from, are you Ms. or Dr. Elliott, Lori?
I'm just Lori. I just want to speak to what Trustee Santos was concerned about. As a coach, I see her concern. I would think that we would need 2 separate ones. I think you need to keep your employees separate from
your students.
Mm-hmm. And make another constraint regarding the employees. You can make constraints regarding adults, because constraints can come in. A lot of it is adult behavior, especially if it's supposed to align to your goals. The goals are about students. The constraints are the adult behaviors that impact those goals. We don't have any goals. We have priorities. And what you have distinguished, what I'm hearing tonight, is that you have distinguished that you also want to include a priority as being your staff, your teachers, your administration, your employees. So if you want to make another constraint regarding those employees, that is right in line. But I would separate the 2.
Well, so Lori,
the data would be different.
I guess because this adult behavior directly impacts our student outcome, like that is why I feel like it's paralleled. Because if you can't take care of one, it's a symbiotic relationship. You can't take care of one without taking care of the other. But that was just my 2 cents.
No, I understand where you're coming from, and I totally agree with that viewpoint. What I'm saying is that because your data would be different, you probably want to have 2 separate constraints.
So I'm going to interject here. I am hearing, when we get on to the second constraint that also has to do with health and safety of students, and I think, or at the end of this conversation of potential additional constraints, let's circle back to this conversation about a constraint around the health and safety of our staff, and also, making sure we're including Dr. Lathan in that, and what, Dr. Lathan, think about what possible progress measures that could be. So right now, unless somebody else chimes in, I'm not hearing problems with constraint 1 other than a little bit on the progress measure, which Dr. Lathan has said that they're going to go back and make some revisions to. Now, normally it should be us saying, here are the constraints. The administration brings us the progress measures, but we haven't approached this in sort of a conventional best practice way to begin with, because of the natural constraints that we've been under of an emergency situation. And so I am, okay, and I do see a couple more people chiming in on this. So let's finish the conversation here about constraint 1, and then we're going to move on to the other ones. And it sounds like Dr. Lathan's going to take, this conversation back to her work and make some revisions on her end. And we're also going to be having, as an ad hoc committee, taking everything with this discussion tonight concerns or tweaks to the constraints that have been outlined, plus the possibility of adding other constraints. So next in the queue is Trustee Hernandez.
Yeah, I just wanted, I know that you summarized it just right now, Board President Dygard, but I wanted to emphasize again, Trustee Sung said 1%, and so if we really want to make it a constraint, then 1%, reaching 1% of our students is not enough. So we either make it, I think, that a bigger priority, make sure that we're reaching more students, so that it can actually be effective and a reason to be constrained. And then if there could be another progress measure, some other way to measure it, that would also be helpful, I believe.
This is on the social emotional needs of students.
Correct.
Okay. Trustee Allen.
Yes, I wanted to agree with what Trustee Hernandez said, along with what Trustee Cruz said about getting to the students, and instead of making sure that they are able to talk to someone about their social emotional issues instead of watching a webinar. I know Dr. Lathan already said that she had considered that, but I just wanted to make sure it didn't get passed over.
All right, Trustee Bluford Daniels.
I just wanted to ask for consideration for constraints 1 and 2 to be consolidated, because it seems like that they could be inclusive one with the other, since they both. I'm trying to pull it up. I'm navigating all these systems. The superintendent will not operate without a system to address the social and emotional needs, address the health and safety of students.
Okay, thank you for this.
As opposed. Okay, no, it was. Yeah, I asked for consideration for that, so that it will be one constraint, and then number 3 being the second constraint.
Okay. Trustee Sung, followed by Trustee Santos, and then I have a question for Dr. Lathan. Trustee Sung?
Hello. I'd like to offer a piece of supporting data for Trustee Santos's important point that social emotional health of our students is linked to social emotional health of our employees. I have the opportunity through Leadership TASB to tour various districts around the state of Texas and look at kind of exemplary programs. And in Austin ISD, when we went to look at the social emotional learning program there, and they have a pretty developed program with metrics that they've expanded in that district over the years, they really impressed upon us that if you're not emphasizing social emotional learning for your teachers, for your faculty, for your staff, then you don't have a social emotional program. You're just not doing it. So I just wanted to express my agreements with that viewpoint. So whether it's added to this constraint or whether it's a separate constraint, as our coaches are advising, I think that's wise. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sung. Trustee Santos?
Thank you, President Dygard. I echo Trustee Kathy Bluford Daniels. I think that it is a possibility, but I would fear that the goal progress measure for priority 2 would get jumbled into priority goal progress measure for 1. If anything, my recommendation would be to put priority number 1 as health and safety of our students and employees as number 1. Like health and safety has to be number 1, and then that just kind of flows into everything else, with including social emotional learning. And yes, thank you, Trustee Sung. I forgot to mention about the AISD, but thank you for that.
And I want to make a clarification. These constraints are not in an order of priority, right? Constraints are constraints. None of them have more value or less value because of the number that is put on them. This was really just the order in which they were created. I want to ask Dr. Lathan a question about this. is there anything about this constraint that you feel is too ambiguous for you to come up, based on the conversation that we're having this evening? Is this constraint specific enough for you to come up with the right, to come up with a progress measure? Based on the conversation we're having so far, I'm not getting that impression, but I just would like to hear your thoughts.
Just take it. There's not an issue with the priority or the emergency constraint. Just taking all the feedback down as it relates to what trustees are sharing around the progress measures.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right. We are still on constraint 1. We have 2 more constraints to go and a possible 4th one that's been brought up. And I just want to remind everybody, we're not voting on this tonight. We're taking feedback. I'm taking a lot of notes. I'm sure Marcia is taking a lot of notes. But I still want to be respectful of everyone's time and for us to be respectful of each other's time. If you've made your point once, let's move on. Like I said, we're all taking these notes, and we're going to have more discussion on this. So I see 2 more people in the queue to speak to emergency constraint 1. Before we move on to those 2 speakers, the question that I have for everybody, I have not heard anybody express that they don't like this constraint, that they think there's something flawed about this constraint. The 2 things that I have heard that vary from possible support of this constraint, one is an interest to combine it with constraint 2, although there is another opinion opposing that, but that's one view that has been expressed that would not be supportive of constraint 1 as written. And then also an interest in adding an additional constraint that was precipitated by the conversation on this constraint. So as currently written, in order to move on, any further comments that would preclude this ad hoc committee in their next meeting from proceeding with this constraint as written, understanding that the superintendent has listened to our feedback this evening and is going to make some revisions to the progress measure. So I'd like to focus the remainder of our conversation of this constraint on anything that would cause us to reconsider this constraint as written that hasn't already been expressed, or would be needed feedback to the superintendent as it might relate to the measure of progress on this constraint. So Dr. Allen?
Yes, I had a question. Has employee services been discontinued with the emergency? Because I just had a concern about the privacy of those teachers, and I know that with the employee services, they do get that privacy.
So are you referring to EAP, Employee Assistance Program?
Yes.
No. We, in fact, if you go back on the communications that I've pushed out to staff, I have encouraged, and even on my interviews and information, I've encouraged staff to take advantage of EAP, which is Employee Assistance Program that's available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So that's kind of part of my standard conversation. If you go back and look at some interviews that I've conducted or look at the emails that I've sent out to staff, because it is important that they take care of themselves. And all of my staff will tell you, including principals, they hear that every week when we talk about taking care of themselves. And in fact,
because I knew that there was already an avenue for teachers.
Yes, ma'am.
That was
all
very
staff.
secure.
Okay, can I ask that we table this part of the conversation until we discuss that possible additional constraint that there seems to be interest in? And I just want to make sure before we move on from constraint 1 to constraint 2, 3, and any possible additional ones that might relate to staff, any further comments about this particular constraint as written? Like I've shared, one trustee would like this combined with constraint 2, and then there have been some comments as it relate to the progress measure. So Trustee Allen, do you have any further questions or comments about constraint 1 as it's written?
I was just concerned because Trustee Santos was very concerned about teachers, so I was just making sure that they knew that that was an avenue for them.
Okay. Trustee Flynn Villaseca? Oh, okay, she said never mind. I see Trustee Adams typing, which I'm presuming she's wanting to chime in to speak. Okay, Trustee Adams has a question.
I have a question. Based on the constraints that we had from the previous conversation before we tabled it to the end, that was 30 minutes. We've been on this almost an hour just on the first constraint. I'm concerned that now we're bringing on 3 other constraints, and if we're going to spend the same amount of time, what we spent on just verse 1, then I'm concerned this is going to go past 10 o'clock.
Well,
just a quick, hold on, Madam President, hold on. Because the reason why I'm saying is, I guess that's why Trustee Bluford-Daniels wanted to understand the concern, but I'm trying to figure out if this is based on, for the next 3 months, on what we're trying to do right now, on what's going on right now. I understand there's 3 simple constraints on what we're talking about during this time right now. Very simple, very simple. And all this deep diving and providing surgery on all these constraints. So I'm trying to understand where we're trying to go, because the only reason why, if it is this to me right now, it's going to be 4 hours. Half of the time we spent on this particular item before we moved it to the end. We spent almost I think when I timed it was like 35 minutes on one constraint. That was the first time. This time it's been almost 40 minutes on this same constraint. 1. We haven't even got to 2 and 3. So, Madam President, I'm asking, because based on our role in providing the constraints, this is what we provide. The superintendent get back with us what she has done. She's going to go back and tweet. So I'm trying to figure out how much longer are we going to be dealing with these constraints, because one issue, I already texted Dr. Lathan, the community cannot hear us on Facebook. That's number 1. I don't know if y'all been going to Facebook. They cannot hear us talk. They have all these comments saying no sound, no sound. That's number 1. And number 2, I just want to know how much longer are we going to spend on these particular constraints? Because it's already been almost an hour and 15 minutes just on one constraint. Can you address that, please? Because if not, I'm about to sign, because this is worse than...
Okay, yes, I will answer your question. So 2 things to that. Number 1, the purpose of us going through this process. And I
understand the process, Madam President. I just asked the question, how much longer do you think that we're going to go through this?
I think there has been a lot of conversation about a possible 4th constraint. What we need to accomplish tonight is for this ad hoc committee, so here are the 2 objectives that we need to accomplish. The ad hoc committee needs to be able to understand if these 3 constraints as written are what we should keep, or if we need to make modifications to them. And then this committee needs to know if we need to add additional constraints.
Okay, can we deal with what's before us right now?
One additional constraint, let me finish please. The one additional constraint that I've heard a lot of conversation about that I don't think we need to have additional conversation about tonight is a possible 4th constraint around health and safety and social emotional, as a bucket. It seems like there's some variations in there on staff. There seems to be a lot of interest in that. So that is something that the committee can take with them that we probably don't need to talk a whole lot more about tonight. We should be able to move through these other 2 pretty quickly, because we've had so many conversations during this discussion on constraint 1 that actually relate to constraint 2 and constraint 3. So I'm going to ask everybody as we move forward if we cannot keep repeating points that have been made and not keep, let's try and be focused. I'm trying to do multiple things at once, so I have not been very good about doing the timekeeping, but limiting questions and comments to a minute.
Let's ask the secretary if she would time, and when that person's time is up, say time, right? That'll help you out.
Do that, Trustee Allen? The problem is she wasn't always visible.
But you can hear her. You can hear her. She can say time.
You would like to assume that role. So I'm going to just ask one more time. And I'm seeing nobody else chimed in after you, so I'm thinking we can lay to rest constraint 1 this evening. And we can move on to constraint 2. And again, the idea is to have consensus when we come back together in 2 weeks. We're not solving these and rewriting these and perfecting them tonight. We're trying to give enough feedback to the ad hoc committee so that they can come back to us in 2 weeks or less with these revised to a point that we will be able to vote on them that evening. So emergency constraint 2, I would like to hear Dr. Lathan, if you would please share with us these 3, your thoughts on these 3 progress measures, and then we will quickly go through with board colleagues any questions that they have about that.
Thank you, Trustee Nygaard. Also, the Facebook Live is working again. There was an issue with the weather, and so it's been rebooted, and so people should be able to hear us now. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. As it relates to the 3 progress measures for emergency constraint number 2, just want to make sure we're focusing all and kind of understanding that the key word is remote. So progress measure number 1, the number of remote assistance services connected each week through wraparound services will increase from 0 on March 20th to 10,000 by June 1st, 2020. Understanding that board members have already asked me to take into consideration to change that date. Progress measure number 2, the number of remote nurse wellness checks with students and families will increase from 0 on March 20th, 2020 to 50,000 by June 1st, 2020, understanding that that date will possibly change. Progress measure number 3, the number of meals distributed through the Houston Food Bank and district collaboration will increase from 0 meals on March the 13th, which was the first day that we actually kicked that off on that Saturday at Chavez High School, to 160,946 meals by June the 1st, 2020, or a different date. So I'll go back.
For my colleagues about these progress measures as they relate to this constraint, which would include, are these progress measures getting to the spirit of what trustees would want to know about our students from this constraint? Trustee Flynn, sorry, getting tongue-tied. Trustee Flynn Villaseca.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On the constraint progress measure, the 3rd one for number 2, I know right now what we're getting in our reports is the amount of, is it like the pounds that are being distributed every week?
So this is about actually the number of meals. So the number of meals that we're able to distribute out to families. That's where that number of the 160,946 is coming from. Not the pounds of food, but the actual meals that are boxes that we're able to give out to parents.
Okay, so are they getting? I'm just a little confused because I've just been hearing about bags of food or boxes of food that's being distributed for multiple days, and what we've been getting reports on have been sort of on the pounds. So I'm wondering how you're breaking down the meals.
Based on the distribution to the families. Like I said, the information that you've received is, okay, if you take the amount of pounds of food that we've given, multiply by that by the number of baskets and that we've handed out, that was a different set of information. This is as it relates to actually touch point of people actually getting those bags and boxes, regardless of how many pounds of food is in there, of making sure we're getting this out to families. And that's the key takeaway versus feeding students out of our school sites and feeding families. We are feeding families, not just individual students.
Thank you.
Trustee Sung?
Thank you. So I think it's wonderful that we're feeding families. One of the things that we look for with constraint progress measures is that they're predictive of the constraint, right? And so one of my concerns about the 3rd one, although I think we should be feeding families, I think it's amazing we're feeding families, I don't think we should limit it just to HISD families. But what I do want to know is how much are reaching our HISD families, right? Number and percent, how many of our HISD families are getting, that need it, are getting food assistance. So that's kind of what I'm looking for, and I can't tell from number 3, right? Because it could be half of the meals distributed are HISD families. It could be, any number. I don't know.
Right, and as I shared that with you actually earlier tonight during my report, is based on the information that the food bank needs to gather, we're not asking people that come through the line are they HISD families or students. So as it relates to getting those percentages, and also we're just keep in mind, as you talked about staff safety, we're trying to limit all interactions as much as possible. The key to the drive-ups and the walkthrough is just to get that just enough information that they need to record for financial purposes and to keep people moving, not a two-way conversation with people being engaged, because that was part of our issue before with staff members coming in contact with people. So that's how we arrived at utilizing this method as opposed to saying percentages and doing those calculations.
So aside from the distribution then, is there no way to tell how many of our HISD kids are getting fed?
Not the way we have it structured right now. Like I said, unless we have more interaction that could also put staff at risk with the people that are coming in through the lines or through the walk-ups.
But our teachers are talking to students, right? Isn't there some way for them to know whether kids are getting fed or not, or if they need food or not?
Honestly speaking, that's additional work that we can put on the teachers if that's what the board is requesting. But we're trying to get information that doesn't put additional work on staff as it relates to gathering this information. Also, based on what I understood as it relates to creating these progress measures is ways to be able, and things I've heard from the trustees as it relates to feeding. Now, we want staff, not staff, parents when they come through and it's HISD only. If you think about lines that are backed up 2 and 3 miles, and you're going to have people getting out of line if we try to just narrow it down and say we're only going to give this to HISD families, I think that's going to pose an additional concern, community-wide concerns.
No, I agree with that. I don't think we should feed only HISD families. I'm absolutely not saying that. But what I am wondering is, are kids who need food, are our kids who need food getting it?
Honestly, Trustee Sung, we are doing our best to try to reach. Like I said, that's why we push out our communication. Even if you listen to the blitz on the news that we send out for our media releases, they're saying HISD for HISD families, and we're doing that and we're pushing that out because definitely we always are trying to take care of our families, but right now this is a community-wide issue.
Thank you, Trustee Sung. Trustee Santos? Trustee Santos?
I'm coming. Sorry, my mute button was off. Thank you so much. And I do want to echo Trustee Sung's clarification for HISD students, and that's primarily why I asked the question about principals using their support staff to be able to make contact with students. If they're working the 40 hours, could they do that in a week? Satellite the bus deliveries for kids using ID numbers, specifically with a hotline that they could call in and say, "This is my ID number. Can we have a food delivered here?" Blah blah blah. That was just a suggestion. Number two is, or the number one thing was that I don't disagree with this. This as a constraint. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and I want to remind my colleagues, let's focus on our objective here tonight is to get the feedback we need in order to finalize our constraints and these progress measures. Trustee Bluford Daniels? And we're the what and the administration's the how. Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes, I had to, I'm sorry. I had to log back in. I put my speaker back on. But I just want to remind everybody, all of our colleagues, this has been some tumultuous weeks. I see my time. And to see those lines lined up out there at those campuses for all of the people that needed food, and the amount of time that was necessary to fill in the information, to ask for the number of people per household, and to provide that food to those individual homes. It's important that everybody understand that we were trying to expedite it as quickly as possible at those serving sites. So to have to actually strain the people who are asking for the information, like Trustee Allen, then you would just have to have seen it visually to see how it operated.
Okay. I see no more speakers in the queue regarding emergency constraint 2. So I think we've got the feedback. I mean, I've heard some feedback about the progress measures. Before we move on to constraint 3, any further questions or comments about constraint 2 as written that the committee would need to revisit in their conversations in their ad hoc committee meeting? Okay, and any further questions or comments for Dr. Lathan about the progress measures as written? Do we feel that these get at the spirit of our constraint? And if not, that we would need to maybe modify our constraint, or there might be some edits she would want to consider for her progress measures?
Are you repeating yourself? I'm sorry.
Okay, so we're going to move on to emergency constraint number 3. The superintendent will not operate without ensuring or addressing, we've had some conversation about the language, the learning of all students. And I want to comment, and I meant to do this at the start, and the other reason for us doing this work is this is how the community will know what the district is focused on. This is how we will know if the superintendent is focused on the priorities of the board. I agree that she is doing a fantastic job. We are being kept informed. We are getting data. It's not a criticism at all of what we are receiving. I think it is fair to the superintendent, because if we are clear in our priorities, she knows what's expected of her, and she doesn't have 9 different sets of priorities that are expressed in 9 different individual ways of expectations. It just gives her a much more solid ground upon which to operate, and then beyond that, we should be able to just let her do her job to figure out how to do these things for our students, which is the primary function of doing this work. So moving on to this third constraint, Dr. Lathan, would you like to share your draft progress measures on these things?
Yes, there are 3 proposed draft progress measures. Number 1 is the percentage of students digitally engaging with HISD at home through the Clever portal at least once during the week will increase 33 percentage points from 0% on March the 20th to 33% by June 1st. So one progress measure as it relates to students who are engaging digitally. And then progress measure number 2, and once again, the date is up for discussion. Number 2, the number of non-digital resources distributed for student HISD at home learning will increase from 0 on March the 20th to 152,000 by June 1st, or whatever date we select. And then number 3, the percent of special education students receiving remote services at least once a week will increase from 0% on the week of March the 23rd to 85% by June the 1st, or whatever date we select. And so we've looked at ways that we can measure and be able to pull accurate data. There are various sign-in points as it relates to, our high school students. They sign in through Hub. We have students signing in through Clever, which is the 1-point sign-on, and then also the students who are engaging in digital resources. And what I want to say, not only about this particular constraint, but all of them, is at the end of the day, our goal is to reach 100% of our students in some form, shape, or fashion, whether it's digitally online or through paper-based instruction, but to also make sure that they have the resources that they need, and to definitely meet the needs of our special education students. And so that's what we have here in draft form. Like I said, all of the feedback that I've heard tonight, we're taking it, making notes of that. Things that are workable that we can work and address, we will do our best to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. Any questions or comments from my colleagues about this constraint and the progress measures or draft progress measures that Dr. Lathan has shared? Trustee Cruz?
Dr. Lathan, just for quick clarification, because I think you mentioned it. So the first constraint progress measure would measure not just the Clever portal, but like Microsoft Teams, Google Classroom. Is that correct, everything?
No, it would not measure Microsoft Teams. It would measure actually the logins through the Clever. So when students are using their HISD login to go in, we would be measuring that. And then similar to that data that I send you on, I've been sending you on Fridays. Once again, it is just a touch point. It's not to compare schools to schools or say schools are not doing well. It's just to kind of give you an idea. But that's how we're pulling that information from Clever.
So would there be a way, or I guess, does it seem like a priority to you to pull from the other digital platforms? Just because I think it doesn't give a clear picture. Like one of my kids, my fourth grader, I mean, he's doing Microsoft Teams, and that's pretty much it. So I feel like it's not a clear picture necessarily if we just do that one. I mean, Clever obviously is a huge landing page and a way for kids to get to a lot of the resources, but I just worry that it's not a clear, we're missing part of the picture.
And I understand that, and so so just to kind of go along with that is the flexibility that I allowed principals and teachers to have at the beginning of this process was some teachers were already using their various platforms. They were using Google Classroom, Dojo. I'm missing some others that they were using, Microsoft Teams. And so people can continue using the resources that they were already comfortable with. We allowed that flexibility across the district. That's why, like I said, the things that we can control, in some districts, I know they mandated only one or two options. We were trying to make this as easy as possible on the people who were going to be on the front lines. And so that's how I landed at the Clever piece. Because I think...
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I appreciate that clarity.
Thank you.
And I'm grateful that you give that flexibility. I mean, we're a decentralized district, and you know, there's teachers that have their styles, and so I appreciate
exactly.
That.
And I wanted them to, to do what they do best, to be as creative as possible.
Trustee Sung?
I really appreciate the emphasis on encouraging creativity. I've been hearing you talk about that, and I think that's spot on. So for the first constraint progress measure, the Clever portal login, can you tell us a little bit about how you got to the 33%, like why that's the bar that you felt was ambitious for us to set?
So as we were looking at, great question, and I'm laughing because we went back and forth because, sometimes we were like, okay, when people see this, they're going to think, oh gosh, you've set the bar low. But remember, because of the fact that we were looking at data of what we could pull from Clever, outside of the other resources. And so we arrived at this based on kind of averaging out based on the last 2 weeks, because we've only had 2 weeks of data, correct? And then averaging what that might look like over the next several weeks as we're able to deploy out additional devices. And so that was how we arrived at this particular percentage point.
Okay. So the last 2 weeks, what's the level been?
So the last 2 weeks, as it relates to, and if you correct me if I'm not mistaken, around 10 to 20%, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said, I don't have it right in front of me. I don't need to pull it up, but that's what we were looking at as those numbers, because they are growing each week. I think the first week was about 45,000. Last week was about 95, and I might be, like I said, off on the exact numbers without looking at my cheat sheet.
Okay, so the point is we're somewhere below 33% now, right? And we've set 33% as like the ambitious number we want to get to. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm good. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, I see no one else in the queue about this. I just want to summarize before we continue here or conclude possibly. I'm not seeing any, other than one trustee who would like to combine constraint 1 and 2. I'm not hearing any objections to any of these 3 proposed constraints. I have heard suggestions of adding a 4th and possibly even a 5th constraint, one about staff health and safety. And then another possible one about communication. I'm not hearing at this time a concern that our constraints are not getting, that the progress measures brought forward by the administration aren't addressing the constraints that we have drafted so far, and that there is interest on the part of Dr. Lathan in making some modifications to some of these constraints based on the questions and concerns from the board. So what I'm going to suggest is that we take this information back and we will schedule a follow-up ad hoc committee meeting, hopefully for next week. Of course, tomorrow is a holiday, so the earliest we'd be able to post that or really even have staff work on posting that would be on Monday, so it would have to be late next week for the ad hoc committee to have this follow-up conversation at a time when Dr. Lathan, when you are available, so that we can have a more comprehensive conversation that includes possible changes to the progress measures and the possible progress measures to possible additional constraints. And then I will call a meeting for the following week for the full team of 10 for us to have a final conversation about these and vote on them. In the interim,
Trustee Allen,
hello? Okay, so if y'all could maybe mute just to be careful. Where was I going with this? Sorry, that interrupted my train of thought. Question for Lisa McBride. If board members have questions and comments after tonight about the discussion about these 3 draft constraints and the 2 others that have been proposed, is there a mechanism where they could send to you or the chair of the committee or to the coach those comments so they can be included in the discussion at the next ad hoc committee meeting?
Yes, so long as they do just that, a unilateral communication to one of the 3 of us. I would suggest, instead of it possibly coming to 3 different people, that we just designate someone. Perhaps, Marcia, do you mind being that designee?
I was just going to chime in. I would be so happy to collect all of this information and bring this back to the ad hoc committee for further discussion. So you can send any concerns, you take constraint 1, 2, 3, write your comments, bring them back. I will compile them and I will put them forth. And when we have a posted meeting, is that right, Lisa? For the ad hoc?
Yes. There will be a posted meeting for the ad hoc committee.
Well, yeah, we'll be giving notice.
I will collect information. I will not send out comments to board members until we have the ad hoc committee, and I will bring that forth to the ad hoc. So I'm happy to be your liaison in collecting that information.
Okay. And I see 1 speaker left in the queue. So as we close this up, if there are any further questions or comments that need to be shared tonight about the process of how we're going to follow through on this over the next 2 weeks, and things that you feel that have to be shared tonight and not in writing to Marcia after tonight before the ad hoc committee meeting next week, please chime in. I see Trustee Bluford Daniels.
Thank you, Madam President. I just ask that I'd like to make a comment that the word ensure on number 3, and I had a problem with that from the very, very onset when I read it. I'm trying to look at minutes for different devices, but I wish that we consider using either establish or provide or use the word safeguard as opposed to ensure. It's such a strong, dominant word. I mean, because we can't ensure a lot of things. We can't ensure when this is going to be over. So I'd like to look at using another synonym.
Thank you. Trustee Allen?
I just had a concern about what happened to the suggestion for the 4th constraint.
It's in the it was in our notes that were put together. Trustee Sung, if you look in the agenda portal, there is an attachment that does talk about that fourth constraint, and that will be revisited during the ad hoc committee meeting next week.
I'm talking about the fourth constraint that somebody suggested tonight.
The fourth, there were two additional constraints that were suggested tonight. One that had also been suggested in the ad hoc committee meeting that was about health and safety of staff. And then the other constraint that was suggested tonight was about communication.
Okay, because I'm on the committee, so I know about the other one. I did have a concern about our notes coming up at 3 o'clock, but I just wanted to make sure that last constraint that someone was considering not be cut off.
No, I heard two additional constraints. One, again, reiterating, one about health and safety of staff, and the other one was about communication between the district and families.
Okay, so we're going to talk about that communication one later?
Excuse me?
Are we going to talk about the communication one later at the next ad hoc meeting?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, so, and Dr. McMahon has another comment, and I also want to remind everybody, just in case it wasn't clear, that if you have additional questions and comments for the ad hoc committee to consider at their meeting, to email them to Marcia McMahon, who is one of our coaches. Okay, so turning it over to you for one more comment, Dr. McMahon.
I just want to remind each and every one of you, and listening to your conversations that you've had tonight, there is a true heart that is coming through each and every one of you as to what you want to do for not only your students, but your staff and the parents in your community. I want to remind you that we are again in uncharted territory and trying to figure out how we are going to move forward and do this. I commend you as a board for the conversations you have had tonight in trying to figure out what is the focus that you want as a board for this district and what you want to have happen for your children and even your staff, as was mentioned, but allowing your superintendent to brainstorm and bring forth possible ways to measure and monitor that. Again, you as a board are, what is it do you want to have happen or not have happen? That is your role as a board. The superintendent, her role is to, how is that going to happen? So as we keep continuing in this conversation, focus on what is it we want and how's the superintendent going to have that happen. You guys, it's been a long night, but you guys have done a great job. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McMahon. And I just want to echo, we have done work tonight that normally would be a half-day or full-day workshop. And we did it in a couple of hours, and yes, it's long and tedious, and it was building on work that an ad hoc committee did in a couple of hours last week. But we have treated this like the emergency that it is, to make sure that we have refocused what our priorities are during this emergency time, and talking in a group with some other districts from around the state earlier this week, and sharing this work that we are doing. They saw us as a leader in doing this kind of work, and how we're giving, redirecting the organization during this emergency time. I mean, for HISD and a group of board members from other states to perceive HISD, given the history we've had in recent years, as a leader in our work, we should be incredibly proud of that. We should be incredibly proud of how we have conducted this conversation, making sure that voices are heard. Again, there are going to be things in this in the end that some people are not going to like. There are going to be things that might not be in it that somebody wanted. But I think in the end, we're going to find something, and the objective is that it is consensus. that it is communicating very clearly to the public what we are prioritizing for our organization and for our students and our staff at this unprecedented time in history, and also to our administration so that they can clearly understand with one voice what is expected from this board, and not from 9 individuals. So thank you all for your time and your work on this tonight. Any additional comments? Trustee Bluford Daniels, you have one last comment to make, and I see Trustee Santos.
Just want to make sure that everything that we're talking about and the constraints that we have are creating, everything that we do, we have to ensure that it's the equality across the board.
Thank you. Trustee Santos?
Thank you, Trustee Dillard. Just a reminder that if Dr. Lathan, I don't know if this is in our wheelhouse or whatever, but could we, as HISD, or not us, but Dr. Lathan, send out a reminder to fill out the census to all communities, maybe a call out, and then the auditing of the current contracts that we have that we might not need anymore as a result of COVID-19, and also just again wanting to thank our teachers, our students, community leaders, and now our first-year honorary teachers, the parents. And one more thing, I cannot say that I do not appreciate my colleagues. Y'all have been incredible. All elected officials giving up of our times and our families.
Trustees, we have the opportunity for B1 comments at the end of all of this.
Sorry, I didn't know. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay. All right. So I'm seeing no one else in the queue. We're going to move on from this item. We don't have to vote on it because it was for discussion this evening. We are now going to move on to trustee reports and comments. B1 comments. Everybody has 1 minute. Trustee Santos, you just used up half of it. You have 30 more seconds.
Thank you, Trustee Dygert. Again, just the census, please. If you're out there, llena el censo. You fill out the census. Remind your neighbors, please. And just thank you again to everybody and Dr. Lathan and our board. You've done an incredible job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Trustee Flynn Villaseca.
Hey there. Again, just a huge thank you to everybody, to my colleagues, to Superintendent Lathan, to the administration, to all of the families, students, staff that are supporting our community right now. Everybody that's on the front lines, we're going through this together, and we're each experiencing things uniquely, even though it's a shared experience. I just want to thank everybody. I'm very grateful to be here with you. I know that we are dealing with this unprecedented situation, uncharted waters, but we're going to get through this together, and we're going to come out stronger because of it. We're going to document what we're learning along the way and make informed decisions. And, you know, again, as far as consideration on the technology front, maybe as part of this constraints progress measure conversation, technology, access to Wi-Fi, and devices and things of that nature, please let us know.
Trustee Allen?
I just wanted to say thank you to HISD and the team members. We're doing a fantastic job. No one else has done it. This is unprecedented.
Trustee Adams?
Just wanted to remind everyone to be safe. Thank you, Dr. Lathan, for being on the front line for us and for putting in the hard work. And I would just like to ask my colleagues to trust the leadership. I know she's doing an amazing job, and what we didn't think, we're all, you know, at home during the day. Again, I have to say, and she's out there. Keep praying for our teachers across this district, those who have been affected by this COVID, our public service workers, our police officers that are out there. Please keep them in your thoughts and your prayers. Happy Passover, Santos, for you and your husband on yesterday. And just want to thank everybody. Happy Easter, happy Good Friday. And just stay home. Please stay home. And just be safe, everybody, because this is real.
Trustee Cruz?
Primero en español. Quiero decir gracias a todos los papás que han estado trabajando para asegurar que sus hijos tengan acceso, que estén aprendiendo. Yo sé que es un reto para todos, pero estamos aprendiendo. Tengan mucha paciencia con sus hijos, con ustedes mismos. Siguen en comunicación con sus maestros y la escuela. El distrito va a estar votando para el presupuesto para el año siguiente, muy luego, en junio, de hecho en 2 meses. Y una prioridad para mí es el pago de los maestros. Y ustedes ahora reconocen el trabajo duro que hacen los maestros. So I just want to say thank you to all the parents. I know that you're working very hard. Please have patience with yourself, with your kids, with your teachers. You know, we're all working through this. And just as a reminder, in the next couple of months, the board will be voting on the budget for next year. A priority should be teacher raises. I know that we're going to be looking at a very different budget, but all of us know how much we appreciate teachers now in this unprecedented time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Hernandez? Did we lose her?
I did myself. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Just wanted to say thank you to everyone, NHISD, everybody who's working. Stay safe, stay home if you can, and be patient with your kids, with other adults around you. Everyone's trying their best. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Sung?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all of you. Team HISD, Dr. Lathan, you're doing an incredible job. Thank you for all the hard work that you're putting in to take care of the entire HISD family and the wider Houston community. I want to thank all of our staff who are juggling new family responsibilities without clarity around childcare, without assurance of how you're going to our own health and safety, but still are going above and beyond to serve our community, to serve our students and our families. Thank you. And I want to give a shout out to the parents. I'm really impressed too by how the parents in the HISD community are coming together to share resources, to take care of each other. You know, this is Houston at our best. We come together in times of crisis, and I hope that this crisis, as we see the challenges that it surfaces, the inequities, the need to really take care of each other, I hope that we can carry that spirit forward. Thank you.
Trustee Bluford Daniels?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say real quickly, thank you to everyone. I want everybody to hopefully be safe. We all have something that we're dealing with personally, individually. We all have relatives or family members that have been affected by this. I also want to say thank you to those that heard the call out for our children needing help with equipment or technology, and for those that donated directly to different families. Also to Senator Miles, because he sent out info supporting HISD, in which he asked the parents and the guardians to be more participative in their children's education. So thank you all. Be safe, and God bless you all.
I want to echo all of the sentiments that my colleagues have shared this evening about everybody staying safe and staying healthy, and listening to the request for everybody to stay home. You know, the faster we can get this under control, the sooner our kids get to go back to school. The thing that keeps me up at night are our most vulnerable children. We have a lot of vulnerable kids, but the ones that we can't put our eyes on right now, who our schools were their only safe place. The adults in their school were their trusted adults, and they are represented in the numbers that the administration and their teachers haven't been in touch with. And they are who I worry the most about every day as we are doing this work. I want to end with something that came from an educator who I have a great deal of respect for, and I don't know what. So I'm going to end with these remarks.
Your minute is up.
Well, I'm going to end with these remarks from one of our educators. They wrote, I will say this often in the coming weeks, patience, understanding, and flexibility will be needed during the upcoming days as we do what is necessary for the safety and well-being of our kids and one another. No doubt we will make mistakes. I will make mistakes. Teachers will make mistakes. Our kids will make mistakes. It is a time of uncertainty, and we must have grace for others. We are all learning together in uncharted territory. I ask for the patience and understanding that you show us on a daily basis. You bring to the, expect the unexpected and realize you can't control the uncontrollable, but you don't have to spin out of control with the unexpected. You bring to this experience what you want it to be. You bring the love, you bring the beauty, you bring the fun, you bring the atmosphere of joy and peace. You bring lovely to your day, and it will be amazing. Thank you, everyone, for your patience and understanding in this time of uncertainty and transition. I want to give a special shout out, however, to all of our staff, but especially our interim superintendent, Dr. Lathan, and the administration who are at Hattie Mae White tonight, so that we can make this meeting possible. To all of our staff and educators who are making sure in whatever way they can, under incredible challenges, a multitude of different challenges, to try and continue to meet the needs of the children that we all collectively serve. So thank you all. One last thing on the agenda, Dr. Lathan, do you have any reports for us currently that haven't already been addressed this evening?
Just one, we are pushing out information as it relates to the census. We will continue to push that information out to parents because we've actually broke it down and sent out a blog of how it impacts HISD if we don't receive that funding. And of course, contracts that we cannot utilize during this time of closure, but instructing students, we're revisiting all of that. I look forward to not only the ad hoc meeting coming up to continue to discuss the emergency constraints and priorities, but our budget workshop on April the 23rd. There are some tough decisions that the board will need to make as it relates to approving a budget for 2021, but I believe as a team we can get the job done by June the 11th. So thank you, trustees, for your support and leadership, and once again, thank you to all the members of Team HISD. I ended this morning with our principals and reminding everyone to take the next several days to take time for themselves and their families, and so I'm encouraging all these team members in here. They actually received the directives. I will be writing people up on Monday if they send any emails or texts tomorrow on the holiday. Everyone needs to rest in this district, and I encourage our staff to do that. Have a great weekend, have a great weekend.
Thank you, Dr. Lathan. In addition to the budget meeting on April 23rd, we look forward to virtually seeing everybody at our next regular board meeting on May 14th. There being no further discussion, this meeting is officially adjourned at 9:05 p.m. Good night, everybody. Thank you.